Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people raising GU. 100-fold increase. Chapter 91. Qingyuan pill is a panacea used to clear GU master's erysipelas. The process of this kind of elixir is very complicated, so it is very difficult to refine. Ordinary alchemists can barely make alchemy by crossing the ranks. For example, a second-rank alchemist can refine a first-rank Qingyuan pill, a third-rank alchemist can refine a second-rank Qingyuan pill. So the success rate is not very high. Some time ago, Feng Qinlin needed the second-grade Qingyuan pill to sprint to the third-level GU master, and their Feng family had alchemists themselves, but they came to get rid of Chu Yuan's relationship, and wanted Guo Yunyang to help refine it. It can be seen that the difficulty of this kind of elixir is beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. Zhang Shang asked Chu Yuan to refine Qingyuan pill, which is clearly making things difficult on purpose. Chu Yuan sneered in his heart. At the beginning, he tricked me with clever words, let me skip the evaluation, and gave me the alchemist badge directly. Now I insist on the evaluation, and he came to make things difficult for me again. I want to see what you sell in the gourd, what kind of medicine. Then Chu Yuan frowned and said, Chairman Zhang really thinks highly of me, I don't have much confidence in refining Qingyuan pill. Zhang Shang said with a smile, Chu Yuan, you are being modest. What is the status of Grandmaster Guo? The drunken GU pill he researched can be said to have created a new era in the world of GU masters. This achievement is unprecedented, and there will be no one in the future. As his disciple, how could you not even be able to practice mere Qingyuan Dan? Chu Yuan smiled flatly. Then I'll try it, I can't lose the master's face. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the alchemy equipment dedicated to the grade examination. No one noticed that some invisible water vapor evaporated from Chu Yuan's body. The water vapor drifted towards Zhang Shang as if consciously, forming a tiny drop of water on his shoulder. Zhang Shang also took his assistant to sit in the evaluation booth, while the others could only watch from a distance. Zhang Shang asked his assistant in a low voice, how is it? Have you done what I ordered? The assistant replied in a low voice, Cousin, don't worry, the medicinal materials prepared for Chu Yuan have been tampered with. They look fine on the outside, but in fact most of the medicinal effects have been lost. Let alone this kid, even Guo Yunyang, can the chances of refining the pill are not high. Zhang Shang nodded in satisfaction. Well done, I will contact the reporters of the major media in a while, and let them prepare to report and make a big publicity. Guo Yunyang's disciple is ignorant, he is a waste, and he can't even pass the alchemist exam. Being able to teach such an apprentice shows that Guo Yunyang, the so-called Grand Master, also has a lot of moisture. Find some tabloid reporters and ask them to compile the news that Guo Yunyang stole other people's research results, saying that the drunken GU pill formula was stolen from me. Anyway, he has been living in seclusion in Scorpio City before. Cousin, does anyone believe this? It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, we just want to pour dirty water on Guo Yunyang. Besides, if 3 people become tigers, if you tell a lie 10,000 times, it will become true. There will always be some people who will believe it. Okay, cousin, I will find someone to compile it myself. However, the recipe of the drunken venom pill is already known to everyone. Even if people believe that the pill recipe was researched by you, what's the use of it? Zhang Shang sneered. It's useless. But that Guo Yunyang actually ignored the unspoken rules among alchemists and published the alchemy formula. Do you know how much loss this has caused to the Alchemist Association? If this pill recipe is not announced, if it is in the hands of the association, then the status of the Alchemist Association will be greatly improved, and it will even be on an equal footing with other colleges. Not to mention the huge profits that the drunken GU pill can bring. But Guo Yunyang actually announced the alchemy formula. He thought he was great, but he was actually a big fool. Now everyone in the Alchemy Association hates it to the bone. If it weren't for Chen Yuyan to protect him, there would be no room for him in the world. The assistant also said regretfully, yes, if the Danfang is mine, I will hide it before it's too late, and I'll announce it if I'm stupid. Seeing that Chu Yuan started alchemy, Zhang Shang shook his head and said, unfortunately, Chu Yuan is just as stupid as his master. Originally, I wanted him to skip the examination procedure and directly award him the alchemist medal. In this way, it can be publicized to the outside world. Guo Yunyang's disciple is arrogant and domineering, using Guo Yunyang's identity to suppress me, let me exempt him from taking the exam. This behavior of violating the industry's grading examination rules can directly provoke all alchemists to jointly punish Guo Yunyang's master and apprentice. Even Chen Yuyan can't find a reason to protect them. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan was not fooled and Zhang Shang chatted with his assistant cousin in private, thinking that no one else could hear them. In fact, these voices fell into Chu Yuan's ears clearly. Zhang Shang is also a level 5 GU master. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yuan has no way to eavesdrop on him. But Chu Yuan has a magical spirit GU, Bubble GU. Bubble GU is a spirit GU that every GU master has, its only function is to create water. But Chu Yuan's Bubble GU is different, he has a lot of drunk GU pills in his hand, and it is impossible to use up the spirit GU. So he became curious and wanted to evolve Bubble GU into Purple Jade Spirit GU to see what would happen. Therefore, Chu Yuan fed Bubble GU with a large amount of drunk GU pills, forcibly feeding it into a Purple Jade quality. No one would ever waste resources on Bubble GU. This may be the world's first Purple Jade quality Bubble GU. The Bubble GU that has become the Purple Jade Spirit GU, its only function is to create water. However, the water it produces is still controlled by the bubble cup. Under Chu Yuan's indirect control, Bubble GU produced water vapor that ordinary people could not detect, and sent it to Zhang Shang. These water vapors are equivalent to the clone of the bubble cup, and they can clearly hear every word Zhang Shang said. After Chu Yuan listened to Zhang Zhang's words, he gritted his teeth with hatred. He made up his mind in his heart that if he finds an opportunity, he must make Zhang Shang pay the price. But now, the alchemist's rating still has to be won. The medicinal materials tampered with by Zhang Zhang's assistant, after arriving in Chu Yuan's hands, after system enhancement, they immediately became high-quality top-notch products. With Chu Yuan's alchemy technology, the grade and quality of the refined Qingyuan pill are not too high, but we have cheats, so I'm afraid of a hammer. What is the hottest topic in the media recently? Of course, Grandmaster Guo Yunyang announced the drunken GU pill recipe incident. Any topic related to Master Guo can be sent to the hot search in the first place. For the media, the disciples of Grandmaster Guo Yunyang's participation in the alchemy test is definitely a topic that attracts attention. Therefore, when Zhang Shang passed on the news, media reporters of all sizes flocked to the Alchemist Association of Scorpio City like sharks smelling blood. Soon, the reporters entered the examination room, set up long guns and short cannons, and watched Chu Yuan alchemy together with other alchemists. A reporter with a very wild way has interviewed Zhang Shang before, so both parties know each other. The reporter came to the evaluation booth and planned to interview Zhang Shang first. President Zhang, hello, we meet again. Oh, reporter son, rare guest, welcome. Excuse me, President Zhang, can you, 000, talk about the current grade examination situation of Master Guo's apprentices? What's the situation? Zhang Shang sneered in his heart, of course he failed the grade test. What he asked Chu Yuan to refine was the extremely difficult Qingyuan pill. Moreover, he has also tampered with the alchemy materials. If Chu Yuan could make the alchemy, he would dare to eat the alchemy furnace. However, in front of the media, he still pretended to be an elder and said, I talked with Chu Yuan just now and found that he is a talented young man. If he can be taught well, he will definitely become a great alchemist. I hope he can get a good grade in the exam. Zhang Zhang's words were foreshadowing. After a while, if Chu Yuan fails to make alchemy, he can take advantage of the problem and take the opportunity to criticize Guo Yunyang, saying that he is not good enough, he is not worthy of being a teacher, and he has turned a good seed into a mediocrity. Afterwards, there will be backhands who will find someone to slander Guo Yunyang and steal other people's research results, to completely ruin Guo Yunyang's reputation. But he couldn't show it at this time. He exaggerated Chu Genichi in front of the reporter. Reporter Sun changed the subject again. I heard that there are many alchemists who are very dissatisfied with Master Guo's announcement of the drunken GU pill recipe, so Zhang Quanchang, what do you think about this matter? Zhang Shang straightened his face and said, everyone has misunderstood, no one is dissatisfied with the announcement of the alchemy formula. Drunken GU pill is an epic-making product. It has improved the level of GU masters in all human beings. Everyone in our Alchemist Association will choose to make this research result public to the world. However, there are still some secrets in it, and it is not convenient for me to disclose it personally. Reporter Sun was overjoyed. It seemed that he had discovered big news today. He repeatedly asked about the secret, but Zhang Shang only said that he should not disclose this matter himself. Suddenly someone shouted, "Chu Yuan's alchemy is over." Everyone looked at Chu Yuan, only to see that he had stopped the flame of the alchemy furnace and was about to turn it on. When the alchemy furnace was half opened, Chu Yuan stopped and covered the alchemy furnace again. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Zhang's mouth. "Boy, did you fail in alchemy? How about it? Is your brain buzzing?" Then he put on a concerned expression again, just like the elders expecting from the younger generation, and said, "Chu Yuan, don't hide it, take out the refined elixir and let everyone see it. As Grandmaster Guo's disciple, you will not disappoint everyone." Chu Yuan turned his head to look at everyone, as if he just noticed that there were so many people at the scene. A reporter hurried forward and turned the microphone to Chu Yuan. "Hello, Chu Yuan, I'm a reporter from Chigua Daily. How is your practice going this time? How many pills have you refined?" Chu Yuan showed a shy expression. "Chi said. This is a bit unexpected, I'm too embarrassed to say it." Zhang Shang came over and said, "Chu Yuan, alchemists of my generation must dare to face everything, no matter how good or bad the alchemy is, you must see others." He determined that Chu Yuan hadn't refined Qingyuan Dan, turned around and said to the reporters, "Friends from the media, please turn off the camera, we must show love to the younger generation, no matter whether Chu Yuan is good at refining, whether he can pass the assessment. In short, I hope this incident will not have too much impact on his future." He knows people in the media, the more you say that, the more excited they are. The media doesn't really care about the success of alchemy, what they care about is Chu Yuan's identity. Guo Zongxi's disciple, this identity has enough topics. If you practice alchemy well, it is worthy of special mention. If you don't practice well, there will be more topics. Is it the master who can't do it? Or the apprentice can't do it? Or there are other reasons? In short, what the media want is topics, not results. Zhang Shang patted Chu Yuan on the shoulder, and said kindly, "Don't worry, I will help you open the furnace, no matter the result is good or bad. If you are not satisfied with the art of Master Guo, my disciples will always have you a location." He had a good plan. If he snatched Chu Yuan to be his disciple, and ordered him to pour dirty water on Guo Yunyang, the effect would be very good. If one of Guo Yunyang's disciples personally accuses Guo Yunyang of stealing other people's research results, the world has to believe it. Zhang Shang was secretly proud of his plan. He walked to the alchemy furnace, and opened the alchemy furnace at once. All the reporters aimed their cameras at Dan furnace to record this crucial scene. Zhang Shang believed that Chu Yuan had used up the alchemy, so he didn't look at the situation in the alchemy furnace, but turned his head and said to the reporter, "Don't take pictures, everyone. Don't take pictures, everyone. This will ruin a young man with potential. People, his failure in alchemy this time does not mean anything, he is still young, it is not his fault, it can only be said that he was led astray." It didn't feel right before he finished his words. Because the onlookers and reporters all exploded, their eyes showing disbelief. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance quickly permeated the entire room. "This Danxiang, it is the unique Danxiang of the top elixir." The crowd has already exclaimed, "Ah! 3 pill patterns, as white as jade, and the fragrance of the pill is naturally strong. This is the top grade 3rd grade Qingyuan pill." Zhang Shang turned his head to look at the alchemy furnace in disbelief, and it was exactly as others shouted. What Chu Yuan refined turned out to be the 3rd grade top grade Qingyuan Guang. Zhang Shang himself is a 4th rank alchemist, and he can also refine a 3rd rank Qingyuan pill, but under normal circumstances, it is considered good to be able to practice a 3rd rank medium quality alchemy, and a 3rd rank high quality alchemist. It depends on a lot of luck. How can it be? How so? Zhang Zhang's mind was full of question marks and exclamation points. For all the alchemists participating in the level test, the alchemy materials are provided by the association. The alchemy materials he arranged for Chu Yuan to prepare are just ordinary low-grade materials. It is almost impossible to succeed in alchemy through tricks. But Chu Yuan not only succeeds, but also refines the third-grade top class. The whole process of Chu Yuan's alchemy was carried out under his supervision, and he didn't think that Chu Yuan would have the possibility of changing the materials. Thinking of his previous speech, Zhang Shang felt like a clown. However, he is the president of the association anyway, so his reaction is fast. He pulled his cousin's assistant by his side and said in a low voice, "Give each reporter a red envelope, let them cut out everything I said before, and never broadcast it." Then, he immediately put on a happy smile and said to everyone, "My friends from the media, let us congratulate Chu Yuan for passing the third-grade alchemist certification, and let us celebrate that another new star is rising in the alchemy world." Snapped. Guo Yunyang patted a stack of newspapers on Chen Yuyan's desk, and cursed. "This fool, let him go to take a grade test and make such a big noise. I have always taught him to be low-key, but he is so good that the whole world knows." Chen Yu glanced at the contents of the newspaper. The titles were all similar to Grandmaster Guo's disciples are taking the exam, and new stars have been added to the alchemy world. 16-year-old third-rank alchemist, Guo Zongxi has successors. Chen Yuyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The senior brother went to his office and scolded his apprentice in front of him. "Is this scolding? How about Kai Guogo showing off?" Sure enough, after the old man Guo scolded, he said triumphantly, "Hey, Chen Yuyan, how old were you when you became a third-rank alchemist?" "I remember 20 or so." 21 years old. "But, brother, when you become a third-rank alchemist, you will live 60 years old." HMPH. What's wrong with being 60? I'm called a late bloomer, but I'm a 5th rank before I'm 100 years old. Chen Yuyan said quietly, "Brother, you have indeed accepted a good apprentice. You said that if I personally came forward and promised great benefits, will your apprentice be transferred to my sect?" Old man Guo was in a hurry for 16 minutes. "The surname is Chen, how dare you?" He immediately knew that he had lost his composure, and pretended to be calm and said, "You can't poach my apprentice, he is so obedient and filial." "That's what I said, but old man Guo really doesn't have much confidence. That kid Chu Yuan has a playful and smiling face all day long, and old man Guo calls him old man. He doesn't respect me at all. Maybe he will be abducted by him if he gives me some favors." It was precisely because he was worried that Chu Yuan would be taken away by Chen Yuyan. Old man Guo didn't dare to let Chu Yuan come to the alchemy branch of Yunshao Academy, but let him go to the Yunding class. The purpose is to let him have less contact with Chen Yuyan. Scorpio number 1 Middle School, in the small building where Guo Yunyang used to live. Chu Yuan made a phone call with old man Guo and explained Zhang Zhang's conspiracy. Just after hanging up the phone, I received another call from a stranger. Chu Yuan connected. "Hello, who is it?" A hoarse voice came from the opposite side. "Heavenly King Getahu." Chu Yuan responds. "Pagoda Town River Demon. This is a call from Dugu Meng, and it is the code they agreed on." Dugu Meng recovered her voice. "Smelly brother, you are not bad, you are on the trending search, and you are more famous than my sister. Hey, don't dare to compare with my sister, your light is like the bright moon in the sky, and I'm just a firefly candle. You are poor. Sister, are you okay now? Did the right guardian catch up with you?" "I'm fine, I designed a trap for him. He was entangled by the city lord's mansion of Junyu City, and he was running away in embarrassment." "Sister, it's good that you're fine, I'm worried about you these days." The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Not long after, Ma Yun called again, congratulating him on becoming a third-rank alchemist. After hanging up Ma Yun's phone call, Chu Yuan opened the social networking site and found that the hot searches on all major platforms had his own name. There are many people who are popular. I don't want to be famous. Just look at what happened to old man Guo. He was almost targeted by the entire alchemy association, and almost got his apprentice involved. After Chu Yuan watched the news, he called home again, saying that he was going to retreat, and then turned off the phone. "Don't close it, there are constant calls from classmates, they are all begging him to make alchemy, it is impossible to deal with it. There are still a few days before the college entrance examination, but Chu Yuan doesn't care about the college entrance examination anymore. These few days, he plans to spend in Gu God Tower. Therefore, Chu Yuan closed the formation of the small building, took 2 little golden eagles, and entered the Gu God Tower. Chu Yuan has complete control over the God Gu Tower, easily locked on Wolong Mountain, and descended directly to Wolong Mountain Villa. It's still the same here. The golden thorn fruit tree planted some time ago looks good, and it shouldn't die. Restorative tea trees are also very good. Chu Yuan released all the spirit Gu, fed some blood spirit pills, and let them look for food and explore the map. It took him a little more time to build a nest for the 2 golden carvings in his small wooden building, and he settled here with peace of mind. In the following time, Chu Yuan seemed to become a hermit. Practicing alchemy, raising birds, raising Gu, farming, reading, life is very fulfilling. When he came in this time, he brought a lot of elixir seeds. Chu Yuan has never planted a field before. He just hung the seeds of the elixir on the dark moon messenger and let it spread everywhere, treating it as wild. Regardless of whether it grows well or not, I believe there will always be some harvest. He would go back to Blue Star every month to see if there was anything wrong. The 1 month here is extremely short for Blue Star. Time flies, and a few years have passed in a blink of an eye. This is Chu Yuan's time in Gu God Tower world. In the past few years, Chu Yuan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. After several years of polishing and precipitation, Chu Yuan has repeatedly tempered his spiritual power, and he has become a Gu master at the peak of the 3rd level. Level 3 to level 4 is a checkpoint in between. Once a breakthrough is made, the spiritual power will undergo a qualitative change, which is not the same. A 4th level Gu master can be called an intermediate Gu master. Lu Dongqiang, Chu Yuan's homeroom teacher, is only a 4th level Gu master. The growth of Chu Yuan's spirit Gu is also huge. The sky tarantula is worthy of being an orange crystal quality spirit Gu, and it has become a 4th level spirit Gu without encountering too many obstacles. Other spirit Gus were also stuck at the peak of the 3rd level and failed to advance. Chu Yuan is not in a hurry to let the spirits advance to the next level. During the college entrance examination, some spirits will show up. If they reach the 4th level now, it will be a bit scary. In addition to the improvement in strength, Chu Yuan's alchemy has also improved a lot. In the Alchemist Association's grade examination, he had to cheat through the system to become a 3rd-rank alchemist. Even if you don't cheat now, it is not too difficult to refine the 3rd-grade elixir. It's just that Chu Yuan lacks a fire-type spirit Gu to assist in alchemy, so he can't refine the 4th-grade elixir for the time being. At this moment, Chu Yuan stood on the top of Crouching Dragon Mountain, looking at the surrounding scenery. After several years of his care, the mountain has been full of vitality. All kinds of fruit trees, elixir, exotic flowers and plants can be seen everywhere, and it has truly become a source from outside the world. Crazy, cheer, 2 clear and loud birdsong came from the sky. 2 golden lights streaked across the sky like lightning, rushing towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't panic, neither dodged nor evaded. The golden light fell and lightly stopped in front of Chu Yuan. These were 2 golden eagles with wings 3 to 4 meters long. Standing there, they were almost as tall as Chu Yuan. This is the 2-headed golden flame sculpture that Chu Yuan raised since he was a child. In just a few years, these 2 golden eagles have already become 2nd-level beasts. If Chu Yuan didn't use spirit Gu, he wouldn't be their match. On the paws of each golden eagle, there is a fat rabbit that is 1 meter long. The rabbit's ears are blue, not yet dead, trembling under the claws of the golden eagle. Chu Yuan quickly rescued the rabbit from the claws of the 2 eagles, and said with a serious face, "Da Jin and Jin, the rabbit is so cute, why do you eat the rabbit?" Under the gloomy eyes of the 2 golden eagles, Chu Yuan confiscated the 2 blue-eared rabbits. He had already begun to salivate wildly in his heart. Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, well, go home and have a good drink with Dad in the evening. At night, when Chu Shang and Su Li got home, they could smell the strong smell of meat. "Yeah, it smells so good." Su Li sniffed and exclaimed in surprise, "It's my son who's back." Chu Shang also yelled, "Son, what delicious food did you make, it smells so good." Chu Yuan came out of the kitchen, holding a big basin. "Mom and Dad, let's eat blue-eared rabbits today." It's delicious. Come quickly. Blue-eared rabbit, Su Li exclaimed. The blue-eared rabbit is a fierce beast. It is very famous because this kind of rabbit meat is the most famous ingredient. There is a saying in the new era called, flying dragon meat in the sky, blue-eared rabbits on the ground. This sentence is widely spread on the current Blue Star, and it is never forgotten by all foodies. However, this kind of rabbit is very rare on Blue Star, and it is very difficult to catch it, so not many people can eat it. Chu Shang asked, "Son, where did you get the blue-eared rabbit?" It was a secret that Chu Yuan owned the God Gu Tower, because he couldn't explain the source, and he didn't even tell his parents. He couldn't say that the blue-eared rabbits were obtained from the Gu God world, so he had to think of an excuse. Someone asked me to make alchemy, and I gave 2 blue-eared rabbits as a reward. Su Li said regretfully, "You child, this blue-eared rabbit has hundreds of spirit stones ahead, why did you eat it?" Chu Yuan smiled. "We're not short of those few $100, just make a batch of alchemy, you can't treat yourself badly. Parents, wash your hands quickly, let's eat." Chu Shang is also a foodie, so he immediately changed his coat, hung up his clothes and rushed to the bathroom. After washing his hands, he called, "Son, serve monkey wine." Chu Yuan took 2 gourds of wine, and his mother didn't drink, so he and his father each had a gourd. The family of 3 ate around the dining table. This taste is really not fake. Mother, this is the first time I have eaten blue-eared rabbits. Chu Shang took only 1 mouthful, and couldn't help praising him, and then took a few more sips of wine. Chu Yuan reminded him, "Dad, take your time drinking. I don't have much wine." In the world of Gu God Tower, he robbed all the monkey wine of a monkey tribe. At that time, there were hundreds of caddies of puree harvested, and Chu Yuan and Chu Shang were both excited. Du Gumeng robbed another few tens of caddies. After Chu Yuan became a teacher, he gave the old man dozens of hills. Now there is only half of it left. Chu Yuan is reluctant to drink the puree now, and wants to drink it with the wine made by the wine worm. Chu Yuan stayed in his Gu God Pagoda for a few years this time, exploring the surroundings with Wolong Mountain as the center, hoping to find the monkey tribe, and then find monkey wine. Unfortunately, no monkey has been found. However, the wine was not found, but the food was found. It is the blue-eared rabbit that is eating in front of me. In the area around Wolong Mountain, there are a large number of blue-eared rabbits breeding. This kind of rabbit was discovered by the big and small golden eagles. They brought the rabbit back by chance once, and Chu Yuan saw it, so they set their eyes on this delicacy. So, this blue-eared rabbit, Chu Yuan eats a lot. He saw that his parents were also happy to eat, and kept adding food to them. Su Li and Chu Shang felt sorry for their son, so naturally they kept feeding him food. The family of 3 had a great meal. After drinking and eating, Chu Yuan made a pot of refreshing tea, and the family of 3 drank it again. Chu Yuan and his father were chatting, when suddenly a shrill siren sounded outside. The siren rang 4 times quickly, then stopped for a few seconds, and then rang 4 more times. Chu Shang jumped up. It's a level 4 alarm, there is an emergency in the passage from another world. The appearance of the alien space channel is a sign of entering a new era. In the past 1,000 years, the appearance of space passages has never stopped, and each appearance represents a battle. Humans have learned the experience of coping, so once they hear this alarm sound, it represents the emergence of the passage, so they are ready. There are 4 types of alarm sounds. Level 1 alert represents an extreme threat and requires everyone to join the war unconditionally. Level 2 alert, serious threat, requires all GU masters above level 3 to join the battle unconditionally. Level 3 alert, which is more dangerous and requires the City Lord's Mansion, GU Master Association, colleges, families, etc. to send fighters to participate in the battle. Level 4 alert, general danger, the City Public Security Department joins the battle as soon as possible, and other forces prepare reserve troops to support at any time when needed. The Deputy Director of the City Public Security Department of Chushang City is definitely going to join the war, so he immediately went to change his clothes. I have to go back to the department right away. Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang. Chu Shang answered the phone, received the order, and immediately said loudly, "Yes, Minister, I will rush to the scene immediately." After Chu Shang hung up the phone, he said, You guys are at home, don't go out. A small space passage suddenly appeared in Dongcheng district, and I have to participate in the defense. Su Li said nervously. Old Chu, you have to be careful, don't fight hard. Chu Shang smiled. Don't worry, I'm a deputy minister after all, nothing will happen. Chu Yuan was worried about his father, and said nothing. According to the city's defense regulations, once the passage to another world is opened, all residents have the obligation to participate in the war. Dad, I will go with you. No, Chu Shang and Su Li objected together. You are still a student, you are not allowed to participate in any war. Chu Yuan smiled. It's okay, it's just a level 4 alert, and the space passage is also small, so it's impossible for two powerful monsters to appear. I'll follow my dad to learn more. Chu Shang hesitated for a moment, and said to Su Li, my son will leave as soon to go to college, so you can practice with me, don't worry, with me watching, everything will be fine. Su Li nodded. That's fine. Our family of 3 will never be separated, let's go together. Chu Shang was dumbfounded. Are you going too? Su Li nodded. Yes, my son can go, why can't I go? Chu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly stopped his mother. Mom, I can go but you can't. My father is a deputy director of the public security department. He came out to carry out a mission and brought his wife with him. How can my father see people in the future? Chu Shang nodded quickly. Su Li gave a white look. Little one, just go, help me take care of your father. Su Li knew that her son was stronger than herself and her husband now, and she knew who could take care of whom. Chu Yuan and his father left the house and drove to Dongcheng district. After arriving at the scene, I saw a large number of security forces from a long distance away. Chu Shang took Chu Yuan and ran to the front immediately, only to see that a temporary headquarters had already been set up. It is said to be the headquarters, but it is actually a wall more than 1 meter high surrounded by sandbags, so that it is convenient to observe the space passage in the distance. Chu Yuan entered the headquarters, and saluted a chubby middle-aged man. Minister, I'm here. This middle-aged man is Chu Shang's immediate boss, Zheng Guangfa, the head of the security department of Scorpio City. Zheng Guangfa nodded, and he pointed to the outside of the wall. Old Chu is here, who is coming with you? Chu Shang whispered. Minister, that's my son Chu Yuan, he insists on following me to learn more, don't you think this is nonsense? Zheng Guangfa's eyes lit up. He had long heard that Chu Shang had a capable son who was a direct disciple of the famous alchemy guru Guo Yunyang. He was already a third-rank alchemist at a young age. This child will definitely be an alchemy master in the future. For such a character, even the city lord of Scorpio City would not offend easily, let alone Zheng Guangfa. He said with a smile, so this is Chu Yuan, he is really a good-looking talent. Hurry up and let him in, I will get to know him. Chu Shang waved to Chu Yuan. After Chu Yuan came over, Chu Shang said, Chu Yuan, come and meet Uncle Zheng. Chu Yuan hurriedly saluted. Hi Uncle Zheng. I'm Chu Yuan. I insist on following my father to see the world. This is not in line with the rules. Please don't blame him. Zheng Guangfa chuckled. Chu Yuan, it's okay. Now that Scorpion City is in crisis, as a student, you are willing to take the initiative to participate in the defense. This is a sign of high awareness. How can I blame your father? Don't worry, I will follow Zheng later. Uncle, I guarantee you'll be fine. Chu Yuan came here to protect his father, so he didn't want to follow this man. He smiled and bowed. Then thank you Uncle Zheng, but my mother let me follow my father every step of the way. Zheng Guangfa was only polite, he had to command the battle and had no time to look after Chu Yuan. That's fine, don't worry, I will arrange a less dangerous garrison position for your dad. After Zheng Guangfa finished speaking, he pointed to the map and said to Chu Shang, Old Chu, this is the second line of defense. You lead the 2nd Combat Brigade of the Ministry of Public Security and are responsible for stationing here. That position is closest to my side. In case of an emergency it is also convenient for me to give you support. Chu Shang knew that Zheng Guangfa was showing his favor, so he quickly saluted and said, Yes, Minister, Chu Shang must guard his defense. Zheng Guangfa nodded. Go, the space channel will be formed in half an hour, and the 3rd Combat Brigade has been assembled, you led them to build the defense line first, Guang. Chu Shang led the 2nd Combat Brigade to the designated garrison area. He immediately issued an order. Everyone, start building the defense line immediately. Several large trucks drove over, filled with sandbags. After Chu Shang gave the order, he took the lead and climbed into the truck, carried a few sandbags and went to build the defense line. The others followed immediately. The members of the Public Security Department, the lowest level of cultivation is also a 2nd level GU master, all of them did it by themselves, and did not release Spirit GU to transport sandbags. Chu Yuan felt that Dad was a bit stupid. Why didn't he order to use Spirit GU to transport the sandbags? Wouldn't that be more efficient? Of course, he would not question his father's command at this time, but rolled up his sleeves and followed everyone to carry sandbags. The GU master's work is efficient, and it took only 10 minutes to complete the construction of a line of defense. At this time, Chu Yuan took the time to ask Dad in a low voice, why didn't he use Spirit GU to work just now? Chu Shang smiled. This is the rule on the battlefield. If the task of building a defense line is very urgent, then naturally we must release Spirit GU to help, the sooner the better. But now the space channel has not been fully opened, and the defense line is not so urgent, so there is no need to use Spirit GU. There are 2 reasons here. First, Spirit GU is the main force in battle, so it is not good to consume it before the battle. Second, there is a saying that unity is strength. Everyone builds a line of defense together, which can not only eliminate the tension in front of the station, but also unite morale, which is very important. Chu Yuan suddenly realized that he couldn't learn these things in school, and he was really right to follow his father this trip, and he really learned a lot. He stood on the line of defense and looked into the distance, only to see that within his field of vision, all the security forces were building the line of defense. And in the very center of the defense line, violent vibrations are taking place in the void, as if something terrifying is about to appear out of thin air from the void. This situation has been studied by humans for thousands of years. This is a sign that the alien space channel is about to appear. Experienced GU masters can judge the size of the space channel and the duration it will last through the space vibration. As for the space passage in front of me, after the City Lord's mansion sent people to inspect it, it was judged to be a small passage. This kind of small channel is limited by the upper limit of strength, and the strength of more than 4 levels cannot pass through. Therefore, only the security forces are currently stationed. As long as you defend for 3 to 5 days, the passage will naturally be closed. Regarding the passage to another world, it was briefly introduced in the middle school textbooks. There are 4 types of space channels. One small-sized channel, the existence time is not more than 1 to 5 days. 2 medium-sized channels generally exist for no more than 1 month. 3 large-scale passages are currently recorded and have existed for 3 years. 4 There is only one super-large passage on Blue Star, which is called the battlefield of another world. It has existed for more than 300 years, and the passage is still very stable. Every human city must mobilize some elite troops every year to garrison the foreign battlefield, so the people in the rear can develop with peace of mind. Chu Yuan was in a daze when he suddenly heard an order from a herald in the distance. Everyone is ready, the space channel will enter in 10 minutes. Chu Shang immediately yelled. The 2nd Combat Brigade, all of them are there, hide behind the sand wall, don't be swept away by the air current, release the Spirit GU, and prepare to fight. Chu Shang leaned his body behind the defense line and taught Chu Yuan in a low voice. The moment the space channel is opened, there will be a huge airflow, some will blow outward, and some will inhale. It's okay to blow it out, but it's a big deal to be blown away, and generally no one will die. If you suck inward, you may be sucked into another world, which is dangerous. If you don't rush back in time, once the passage is closed, you will stay in the other world forever. Therefore, if you want to open a channel from another world, you must find a bunker as soon as possible. While teaching his son, Chu Shang released his own tiger beetle. Chu Yuan actually learned this knowledge in school, but he still listened carefully. He unleashed Stag Beetle and Assassin Star. Assassin Star immediately entered the stealth state. A yellow light flashed on the Stag Beetle, and the 2 earth shields landed on Chu Yuan and Chu Shang. Chu Shang glanced at his son's Stag Beetle, and couldn't help touching the pair of huge front jaws, full of envy, and nodded in satisfaction. A few minutes later, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded at the core of the defense circle, and the space there was torn apart by an inexplicable force, and a small black hole appeared. A strong airflow spread to the surroundings. Although Chu Yuan's defense line was far away, they could still feel the strong airflow. Fortunately, there was a sand wall defense line, and no one was swept away. Chu Shang immediately said, "It's the airflow blowing towards us, then the alien world on the opposite side of the passage will generate a suction force, which will suck in the nearby creatures over there and throw them into our world. The first wave we have to defend, that's how the monsters from the other world were sucked in. There may be monsters on the opposite side actively invading after that." The airflow stopped quickly, and everyone immediately climbed up the line of defense and looked towards the space passage. I saw that before the space passage, a large number of creatures were swept up, and they were all thrown to pieces. These creatures are different from those on the blue star. There are wolves with horns on their heads, horses covered in scales, cows with fire breathing from their noses, and giant birds with fleshy wings. Unicorn, scale horse, X+, dragonwing, *****. Humans have fought against monsters from other worlds for 1,000 years, and they have encountered many strange things. Although it was the first time seeing them, Chu Genichi recognized these monsters at a glance, which was recorded in high school textbooks. Chu Shang ordered loudly, "Brothers, pay attention to those who have flying spirits, the time to perform meritorious service has come. Don't let those dragon-winged birds fly away, or let them settle down on the blue star, and it will be very difficult to clean up." After Chu Yuan heard this, he immediately released his six-winged flying scorpion. As soon as the flying scorpion came out, it immediately caused a commotion in the 2nd Combat Brigade. Because the natal spirit GU of the City Lord of Scorpio City is such a six-winged flying scorpion. This kind of spiritual GU has an unusual status in Scorpio City. Even Chu Shang's eyes widened. "Where did you get it?" Chu Yuan intentionally amplified his voice a little. "Some time ago, I represented the school in a match with people from Xuanwu No. 1 Middle School. The City Lord's mansion rewarded me with a 4-winged flying scorpion. I used the drunken GU pill that my master gave me to upgrade it to a 6-winged flying scorpion." Flying scorpion. In the past, Chu Yuan would not have dared to expose the 6-winged flying scorpion. But now, with the advent of the drunken GU pill, although the purple jade spirit GU is still rare, it is no longer so elusive. No one would go for the idea of a future alchemy master just for a purple jade spirit GU. The origin of Chu Yuan's 6-winged flying scorpion can be verified, and Guo Yunyang is his master, so it is normal to be able to use the drunken GU pill to promote it to a 6-winged flying scorpion. Therefore, Chu Yuan took this opportunity to show off his own strength, and he was also helping his father to build his reputation. As soon as Chu Yuan's 4-winged flying scorpion came out, the members of the 2nd Combat Brigade looked at Chu's father and son differently. Chu Shang made great contributions in the last campaign to encircle and suppress the Demon GU sect, and was promoted to be the Deputy Minister of Public Security. There are still many people who are not convinced. Because Chu Shang's GU master level is a bit low, and currently he is only a GU master of the 2nd peak. There are several 3rd-level GU masters in the 2nd Battle Brigade. Although they are under the leadership of Chu Shang, they are actually not convinced by this person whose strength is not as good as theirs. But it is different now, because Chu Shang has a son who is destined to be very good. His son is not only an alchemist, but also has a 6-winged flying scorpion of purple jade quality. In the future, he will at least be a person of the level of the City Lord of Scorpio City. As Chu Yuan's father, Chu Shang was naturally looked up to by others. Seeing the envious eyes of the people around him, Chu Yuan knew that he had achieved his goal of helping his father to build his prestige. The alien monster that was sucked by the space channel was thrown into a mess. But each of them had rough skin and thick flesh, so they didn't suffer much damage. These monsters belong to multiple races, and they are even more unfriendly to each other. They roared at each other for a while. Maybe they felt the threat from the surrounding humans, but they didn't fight each other. A dragon-winged bird suddenly flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and was about to fly away into the distance. Suddenly, from the human line of defense, a white spider web was thrown out, and the dragon-winged bird was caught. The other dragon-winged birds were frightened and jumped into the air one after another. At this moment, countless flying spirit GU lifted off from above the defense line to intercept these dragon-winged birds. Chu Yuan also ordered his 6-winged flying scorpion to stop a dragon-winged bird, and a big fight broke out. The fighting strength of the dragon-winged bird is equivalent to that of a 2nd and 3rd level fierce beast. Chu Yuan's 6-winged flying scorpion is a 3rd level spirit GU. After entering the combat state, its body is more than 3 meters long, slightly smaller than that of the dragon-winged bird. The 6-winged flying scorpion has the carapace, giant pincers, and poisonous pincers of ordinary scorpions, as well as 3 pairs of wings. In just 2 or 3 rounds, the dragon-winged bird was stung by the poisonous tail of the flying scorpion, let out a scream, circled and plunged to the ground. 16, twitched for a while, then twitched and stopped. It didn't die, it was just poisoned and temporarily lost its fighting power. Dragon-winged bird's vitality is very strong. If no one cares about it, it will be able to expel toxins and recover by itself in a few hours. It's just that the people in the Ministry of Public Security are watching. How can they let it go? Chu Yuan shouted. Which big brother helped pull the dragon-winged bird over and kill it? This is the future master of alchemy and the son of his immediate boss. Chu Yuan's words immediately echoed. A quick response young man, who looked a few years older than Chu Yuan, immediately rushed forward with the beetle shield on his back and pulled the dragon-winged bird back. Master Chu, your dragon-winged bird. Chu Yuan was so happy that young Master Chu called out. This guy has a future. He smiled and said, brother, what's your name? Lu Meng. Okay, big brother Lu Meng, you can kill it, and we will split half of the battle achievements. The young man was overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Chu. Everyone around cast envious glances. This kid Lu Meng has a real eyelid, and he immediately climbed up to the son of the deputy minister's family. In the battle of defending the alien passage, the corpses of the monsters killed will be recovered by the City Lord's mansion, and the City Lord's mansion will also award rich military exploits. Combat exploits are very useful. They can be used to apply to enter the GU God Tower, and can also be exchanged for GU eggs and various resources. The half-headed dragon-winged bird has already made a lot of military exploits, and the key is still for nothing. The battle is in full swing. Relying on its flying advantage, dragon-winged bird just wanted to break out of the encirclement and escape from the battlefield. It's just that they are given priority. Dragon-winged birds have been shot down from the sky one by one, and none of them have been able to escape since then. Other non-flying monsters also launched an impact on the surrounding defense lines. These multiple races, they seem to have a certain amount of wisdom, but they don't know how to unite and attack. Instead, each ethnic group chose a direction to break through. In this way, the defensive pressure of the public security forces is not due to. It was a group of horned wolves who attacked the second position. The fighting power of adult horned wolves is mostly at the 2nd level of beasts, and a small number of elites are at the 3rd level. It is said that the king of the horned wolf may be level 4 or 5, but there is no king of horned wolf here. There are about 50 or 60 horned wolves in this group, and they should belong to the same group. There are old and young, and there are a few cubs among them. When they were sucked by the space channel, they did not fall to death. Mouth. Horned wolves are relatively organized monsters, but they are still vulnerable to the human front. Before these horned wolves rushed to the sand wall line of defense, half fell down. When they rushed over, more spirit GU jumped out from behind the battle line, and entered into a fighting state one after another, fighting with the horned wolf. At this time, we can see the horror of the Assassin Star. Assassin Star is a 3rd level peak spirit GU, it walks in the dark, and every time it shows up, it can kill a horned wolf. Every time a horned wolf is killed, it immediately enters the stealth state looking for the next bid. It is like a god of death, constantly harvesting life. In just 1 minute of fighting, 5 horned wolves were beheaded by it. Then, Chu Yuan recalled the Assassin Star and didn't let it continue to kill. These horned wolves, for the members of the 2nd Combat Brigade, are all military exploits. Now that there is no pressure on the defense line, if he kills too many people, he will fight with others and be hated by others. Therefore, Chu Yuan stopped immediately. Chu Shang shouted, "Attention! Don't kill the horned wolf cubs, they can be domesticated and they are very valuable." In the temporary headquarters, Zheng Guangfa and a consultant sent by the City Lord's mansion monitored every move on the battlefield. There are also several masters on standby at any time to prevent accidents. When they saw the killing efficiency of Assassin Star, they couldn't help but secretly startled. Zhang Guangfa raised the value of Chu Yuan by another order of magnitude in his heart. He decided to have a better relationship with Chu Shang in the future. He received news that he might be transferred to a foreign battlefield in the next year. After I leave, maybe I can recommend Chu Shang to take over the position of Minister of Public Security. However, Chu Shang's GU master level is a bit low, so it's not a big problem to be the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Public Security, but if he becomes the minister, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the public. But Zhang Guangfa immediately thought again, no matter whether Chu Shang can be a minister or not, or whether he can sit still if he becomes a minister. That's not something I should care about. Anyway, I recommend you to take over, and the favor has already been sent out. With this affection, I will ask your son for help in the future, such as making a pill or something. You are always too embarrassed to refuse. At this time, the advisor of the city lord's mansion also asked, Minister Zhang, who is that boy? Zhang Guangfa said with a smile, Consultant Huang, that boy is Chu Yuan, the son of Vice Minister Chu Shang. This kid has an unusual background. Consultant Huang, oh, what's his history? Zhang Guangfa explained. Consultant Huang, you just came out of the GU God Pagoda. You may not be very clear about this. This Chu Yuan is the only disciple of Grandmaster Guo Yunyang. He will take the college entrance examination soon, but he is already a third-rank alchemist. Consultant Huang's expression turned serious. So he is Chu Yuan, and I've heard a little bit about him, and he really is a young Yingji. I've noticed him for a while, and he has a six-winged flying scorpion exactly like the city lord, and he has great potential in the future. And his shadow knife beetle, elusive, can kill with one blow. If he grows up to be a high-level GU master, it will be very scary to be his enemy. Zhang Guangfa nodded. Who said it wasn't? I thought he was just a potential alchemist, but I didn't expect him to have such great potential on the road of GU master. Grandmaster Guo is really willing to spend money on him, and even use the drunken GU pill to raise Ziu spirit GU for him. I'm really envious. Quote. The first battle ended, and all alien monsters were wiped out. Everyone in the second combat brigade led by Chu Shang cheered. They not only killed 64 horned wolves without injury, but also captured 6 cubs. Horned wolf cubs can be tamed, cultivated carefully, and can grow into a third-level ferocious beast. If they are willing to invest in resources, they may grow into a 4th-level and 5th-level beast, and can become an important helper for GU masters. These cubs will all be taken away by the city lord's mansion, but the combat exploits handed down are several times that of killing an adult horned wolf. After this battle, everyone in the second combat brigade can get a lot of military exploits. People from the number 1 defense line and the number 3 defense line next door all cast envious eyes. The same as killing monsters, their income is far less than the second combat brigade. It's useless for them to be envious. Who wants the direction of the horned wolf's attack? It is the second line of defense. Standing on the sand wall, Chu Shang cheered everyone up. Brothers, you fought well this time. I will apply for credit to everyone from the city lord's mansion. Everyone has the battle achievements. Next, we need to cheer up. Maybe there will be other monsters coming out of the space channel. A long roar came from the opposite side of the space passage. Chu Shang immediately shut up. He slapped himself on the mouth. What the hell, crow's mouth, wouldn't he really be right? Everyone looked towards the space channel. It is night at this moment, and there is chaos in the space channel. Even the GU master's eyesight is amazing, he can't see clearly. But a depressive atmosphere pervades, which is the natural breath of dangerous creatures. While everyone was focusing on the space channel, Chu Yuan's right hand shook slightly, and a dim shadow separated from him and disappeared in a flash. This is Chu Yuan releasing the Bat Spirit GU Dark Moon Messenger. It is night now, and it is the home field of the Dark Moon Emissary. This spirit GU has been hidden by Chu Yuan, and has never been revealed in front of people. This time, in order to inquire about the news in the space channel, Chu Yuan quietly released it. With the characteristics of the Dark Moon Messenger, as long as it doesn't take the initiative to show up or participate in the battle, it is not afraid of being exposed at all. GU Seed, Dark Moon Emissary. Quality: purple jade. Grade: late 3rd grade. Attribute: Dark Night, increase combat power by 50% at night, double combat power on moon night. Skills: sonic detection, subsonic kill, dark moon shadow. Blood revival, sound wave detection. It is a unique racial skill of bats, which can accurately locate prey through sound waves. Infrasonic kill. Attacking the enemy with infrasonic can often make the enemy die unexplainably. Shadow of the dark moon. Cannot be locked by enemies at night, and cannot be tracked under moonlight. Blood recovery. Suck blood, can recover all the damage. The Dark Moon Emissary is a powerful spirit GU, especially at night, with an unparalleled home court advantage. But its fate was not good, and it fell into the hands of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan has too many top-grade spirit gus, so the Dark Moon Emissary has been used by him as an auxiliary spirit GU. The most work it does is to explore the map in the GU God Tower. Skill: Shadow of the Dark Moon. The Dark Moon Messenger is like a ghost in the dark night, roaming the sky silently. Even experts like Zheng Guangfa and consultant Huang couldn't discover its existence. Skill: Sound wave detection. Invisible sound waves are sent out, inquiring about the news in the space channel. The passage is safe for now. The Dark Moon Messenger disappeared into the passage in a flash, and it passed through the passage in an instant, and came to the other world at the other end. Chu Yuan attached the spirit to the Dark Moon Messenger, and immediately through its perception, seed, the images of a group of strange alien creatures. Those are creatures that resemble giant centipedes. Their upper bodies are 5 or 6 meters above the ground, and they are curiously exploring the space passage. Chu Yuan recognized it immediately. It was a group of giant sandworms. They were attracted by the special fluctuations of the space channel, gathered on the other side of the channel, and should soon pass through the channel and invade the blue star. Giant sandworms become level 3 beasts after they grow up, and some elites can reach level 4 combat effectiveness. Under special circumstances, 5 or even 6 giant sandworm kings can appear, but it is not common. Moreover, this is a small passage, and the giant sandworm king cannot pass through it at all. The giant sandworm has a huge body, a hard carapace, and a large number of sharp sickle feet like a centipede. It has the ability to quickly burrow into the ground, and it has a highly corrosive acid breath. The combat power is very powerful. This is nothing. The most dangerous thing is that they have a certain IQ, and they live in groups. Once they are dispatched, there will be hundreds or even thousands of them. In the confrontation between humans and monsters from other worlds in the past 1,000 years, giant sandworms have been regarded as a very serious threat by humans. Once the giant sandworms come to the blue star, human beings will try their best to hunt them down at all costs. Otherwise, they would escape and hide in the ground, and it would be difficult to find them again. Moreover, they have strong reproductive capacity. If they are left alone, they may threaten the survival of human beings on Blue Star. Chu Yuan was a little worried. It turned out to be a giant smash. It seems that the number is really quite a lot, and the security forces are afraid that they will face a hard battle. There must be a way to send the news to Zheng Guang. Otherwise, the security forces would be attacked by sandworms from underground, and they would surely suffer heavy casualties. He doesn't care about others, but Dad is also one of them. He thought for a while, and immediately directed his stag beetle to go underground. Chu Shang immediately looked at his son. Chu Yuan explained, "I let the stag beetle lie in ambush near the space passage. It will burrow into the ground, and if there are monsters coming, it can attack unexpectedly." Chu Shang nodded and instructed, "If there are too many things coming out, tell your stag beetle not to come out immediately, or you will be killed if you are miserable." Chu Yuan nodded, "I know." He transferred his spirit to the Dark Moon Emissary again, and continued to investigate the enemy's situation through it. I saw more and more sandworms gathered there, and there were already 300 or 400 of them. Some of the sandworms got into the soil and slowly approached the space crack. Chu Yuan waited patiently, feeling that there should be a sandworm passing through the space passage. He immediately said to Chu Shang eagerly, "Dad, please inform Minister Zheng quickly. My stag beetle Nuomahao found a giant sandworm underground. Insect." Chu Shang didn't doubt his son's words, and immediately passed the news to Zheng Guangfa. After receiving the news, Zheng Guangfa, the temporary headquarters, immediately said to Consultant Huang, "Consultant Huang, Chuyuan's stag beetles have found giant sandworms underground, we have to prepare early. Upon hearing this, Consultant Huang quickly asked, giant sandworms? Are you sure? There have never been giant sandworms in the space passages around Scorpio City. Zheng Guangfa nodded. Chuyuan is not very old, but he is mature and stable. He will not lie about military information. Consultant Huang nodded. Giant sandworms are a big threat, we can't let them rush out of the encirclement. We have to seal off the underground in this area. In Scorpio City, only Master Kurong's GU beast can do this. Old Zheng, you organize GU masters who can penetrate the Earth Spirit GU. First build a line of defense to stop the giant sandworms. I will contact the city lord immediately and ask him to invite Master Kurong. Zheng Guangfa nodded. Okay, I will do as you said. Zheng Guangfa issued an order to let all the GU masters who possess the underground battle spirit GU leave the original formation and form an independent formation. At the same time, the City Lord's Mansion, the GU Master Association, and the major families are also mobilizing GU Masters with underground combat capabilities to support this side. Chuyuan also joined the Special Operations Team, which began digging tunnels with stag beetles under the command of an officer. They are like fishing fish in the water, digging next to each other, trying to dig out the giant sandworms. The most difficult thing about giant sandworms is that they will launch surprise attacks from the ground. Without this advantage, the threat is reduced by half. As long as you dig them out, you can't deal with them. The GU Masters activated the Spirit GU, lined up, and dug underneath one after another. Ah, my Spirit GU. Has been attacked. Ah, it's dead. Suddenly, a GU Master Tower screamed. He was manipulating the Spirit GU to dig, and suddenly lost contact with the Spirit GU. Immediately afterwards, he yelled and hugged his head. His Spirit GU is dead. If the GU Master's Spirit GU dies suddenly, the GU Master himself will also lose some vitality. If he is manipulating this Spirit GU, even his spirit will be traumatized. Even though this GU Master was seriously injured, he was still rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, it wasn't the natal GU who died, otherwise even he himself would have lost his life. The GU Master's Spirit GU did not die in vain, it at least revealed the location of the giant sandworm. The two nearby GU Masters manipulated the Spirit GU, and dug there together, and immediately dug out the giant sandworm. After a fierce battle, the sandworm was killed. The person who directed the digging was a master sent by the City Lord's Mansion, named Zhu Zhengting. He comforted the GU Master who died of the Spirit GU, and said to everyone, be careful and protect your own Spirit GU. Your purpose is not to kill giant sandworms, but to force them out of the ground. So, when you encounter giant sandworms, don't go head to head, let them out of the ground. In addition, the City Lord has promised that the City Lord's Mansion will compensate the Spirit GU who died in battle. Hearing Zhu Zhengting's words, the GU Masters put down their worries and started digging more attentively. Suddenly, another GU Master shouted, "Ah, my Spirit GU has also been attacked, come and help me." Chuyuan was not far away from this person, and immediately ordered the stag beetle to rush over. I saw the ground in front of this person churning, obviously a fierce battle was going on underground. The stag beetle plunged down, and after a while the ground surged, and a giant sandworm more than 10 meters long rushed out of the ground. BGEF. The stag beetle chased after it and fought with the giant sandworm. Zhu Zhengting also knew about Chuyuan. He was secretly shocked. Chuyuan's Spirit GU is really quite a lot, and all of them are top quality. He guessed that this stag beetle was at least a golden Spirit GU. Tut tut, alchemists are really rich. Zhu Zhengting thought of his newborn son, and decided that he must let his son take the alchemist exam in the future. It is not surprising that Zhu Zhengting did not see the quality of the stag beetle. A GU master judges the quality of a Spirit GU by first looking at the color of the GU chi, second by looking at the shape, and third by looking at the combat effectiveness of the skills. Ordinary wild Spirit GU and newly born Spirit GU will not hide the GU chi, and the quality can be seen at a glance. But the GU Master's Spirit GU is different. In order not to be seen through by others, the GU Master trains the Spirit GU to hide the GU chi. At this time, it can only be judged by its appearance and combat effectiveness. Judging by the appearance, it also depends on what kind of spirit GU it is. For example, the famous flying scorpion spirit GU in Scorpio City, you don't need to look at the GU chi at all, you only need to look at how many pairs of wings it has. Scorpion is silver. The 4-winged flying scorpion is gold. The 6-winged flying scorpion is purple jade. But there are still many spirit GU, no matter what quality, they are all the same in appearance. For example, Chu Yuan's stag beetle has restrained its GU chi, and it will always be dark, and it can be big or small, and it is impossible to judge what quality spirit GU it is from its size. However, seeing how brave this stag beetle was, it was on par with giant sandworms, it should be of gold quality. This is exactly what Chu Yuan wants, he is teaching everyone in the class. The stag beetle is a purple jade spirit GU, and it could easily defeat the giant sandworm. But Chu Yuan suppressed the stag beetle's combat power on purpose. After fighting for a while, he purposely shouted, "Come and help me, my stag beetle can't stand it anymore." When GU masters fight, there is an unwritten rule. Unless someone is in urgent need of rescue, or asks for help, you can't easily intervene in other people's battles, so as not to be mistaken for stealing military exploits. Therefore, Chu Yuan's stag beetle and the giant sandworm fought for more than a minute, while the others just stood by and did not intervene. Now that Chu Yuan asked for help, 2 GU masters immediately acted together, using 2 spirit GU, and instantly assisted the stag beetle to kill the giant sandworm. Zhu Zhengting nodded. Everyone has done a good job. If you continue like this, whether it is digging out sandworms or killing sandworms, I will give you all credits. At this moment, Chu Yuan's confidant GU immediately sensed the danger, and he immediately controlled the stag beetle to add a layer of earth shield to himself. At the same time, the land in front of everyone surged up together. These are GU masters who have experienced many battles, and immediately knew that there were a large number of giant sandworms attacking. Spiritual Gus flew around, defending Spiritual Gus, attacking Spiritual Gus, all came out in one go. The light of various spirit GU skills immediately flooded the entire battlefield. Then I saw a large number of sandworms drilled out of the ground and attacked everyone. Zhu Zhengting shouted loudly, "Don't love to fight, don't fight, retreat quickly, and hand over these sandworms to the defense troops. After we leave the battle, we will continue to dig outside to prevent the sandworms from jumping out of the ground and leaving the battlefield." Chu Yuan retreated with everyone, and quickly retreated to the defense line, and other GU masters took over the battle. Together with others, he continued to dig around the defense line to prevent giant sandworms from escaping. This battle lasted for more than an hour. Giant sandworms continuously came out of the space channel and attacked the human defense line from the ground. The security forces are in a hard fight, and casualties are beginning to occur. Chu Yuan was worried about Chu Shang's safety, so he kept the 6-winged flying scorpion by his father's side to protect his safety. Fortunately, the reinforcements from the city lord's mansion and the major families arrived quickly, relieving the pressure of the security forces. An hour later, Advisor Huang returned to the battlefield. Zheng Guangfa immediately greeted him. "Consultant Huang, is Master Kurong here?" Consultant Huang shook his head. "This is just a small space passage, how can it work for Master Kurong?" However, he sent the Earth Dragon GU Beast. Zheng Guangfa showed joy. "Okay. As long as the Earth Dragon GU Beast seals off the land here, and the giant sandworms can't burrow into the ground, there is nothing to be afraid of." Chu Yuan and the others were still digging, when Minister Zheng's herald suddenly sent an order. All the spirits that are still digging underground should be returned to the ground, and the Earth Dragon will arrive soon, so as not to be accidentally injured. Following this order, everyone quickly took back the spirit GU. Within a few minutes, I saw the area around the space channel as the core. The ground began to violently turbulent, and the ground kept churning, just like boiled water. A giant sandworm more than 10 meters long came out of the ground in a panic. This kind of scene is like when the fish are being driven to a corner when they are fishing in a fish farm, they jump wildly towards the surface of the water. The home ground of the giant sandworm is underground, but at this moment, more ruthless existences have come down from the ground, and they have no choice but to come to the ground. Chu Yuan returned to the second line of defense and came to his father. Chu Shang explained to him, Just now Minister Jung sent the news that Master Kurong's Earth Dragon GU beast has been dispatched. Although giant sandworms are good at moving underground, in front of the 7th level Earth Dragon GU beast, it's like meeting an ancestor. In this battle, we don't have to worry about giant sandworms underground anymore. Chu Yuan nodded. In this way, the giant sandworm lost its greatest advantage and was no longer a hidden danger. He also wanted to see what the Earth Dragon GU beast looked like, but unfortunately, the Earth Dragon came down from the ground, and now it is also nesting in the ground without showing its face. A combat member said regretfully, Master Kurong's Earth Dragon is so powerful, why not kill all these giant sandworms, it should be easy for it. Chu Shang scolded with a smile, Stinky boy, what is the identity of Master Kurong? You are not satisfied with sending an Earth Dragon to help us block the underground. If the Earth Dragon really kills all the sandworms, how can we earn military achievements? This team member suddenly realized. Yes, we must not kill, otherwise we will not earn military achievements. Seeing the anxious look of this man, everyone burst out laughing. Chu Yuan also laughed. He knows that there are many rules in human society that need to be maintained. For example, in the current situation, whether it is Master Kurong or Scorpio City Lord, they can kill all the monsters here casually. But even if they watch here, they won't make a move. You shot and killed all the monsters, what do you let so many people down there do? Do you keep so many people in vain? The higher level trains the lower level GU masters to serve themselves, not to raise a bunch of Zuying for themselves. Even in times of peace, the city's high-level leaders still have to find ways to train their troops. The battle in front of them is the best training opportunity, and they will not easily intervene. Therefore, Master Kurong sent the Earth Dragon GU beast to sit underground, just to prevent the giant sandworms from burrowing into the ground. These giant sandworms still need to be dealt with by the security forces themselves. The giant sandworms did not dare to burrow into the ground. Fighting with the GU Master's Spirit GU on the ground was actually not a big threat. But there are so many of them. There are at least 1,000 giant sandworms on the entire battlefield. Therefore, the pressure on the security forces on the defense line is still enormous. Chu Yuan found that his father's tiger beetle was gradually unable to hold on under such a high-intensity battle. He came to Chu Shang's side and whispered, Father, I lent you my stag beetle, you can use this opportunity to make more military exploits and accumulate your own prestige. When this incident is over, you can use these combat achievements to exchange for the opportunity to enter the GU God Tower to practice. Chu Shang was a little hesitant. Your 6-winged flying scorpion has been following me, and the stag beetle was given to me, so what will you do? Chu Yuan smiled. Dad, do you think I look like a person who lacks spiritual GU? Besides, I'm going to college soon, and it's useless to ask for military achievements. Chu Shang thought about it. He understood that his biggest shortcoming was that the level of GU Master was too low. Now that his son is capable, there is no shortage of spiritual GU pills at home. What is missing is the opportunity to enter the GU God Pagoda to practice. As long as one can enter the GU God Tower and use time acceleration to practice for a period of time, the level of the GU Master can be raised. Coupled with the credit he has made, he believes that his status in Scorpio City can be further improved. At this time, Chu Yuan had already parked the stag beetle in front of Chu Shang. He no longer hesitated, and jumped on the stag beetle. At this time, a team member on the second line of defense exclaimed, his spirit GU was injured, he took it back, and the giant sandworm was chasing him. Chu Shang stood on the stag beetle's back, because it was not his spirit GU. He could not use his spiritual force to command it, so he pointed forward and shouted, kill. Chu Yuan immediately cooperated with his father's order, controlled the stag beetle, and launched a charge against the giant sandworm. I have to say that the stag beetle's title of heavy tank is not for nothing. It knocked the giant sandworm into the air with a single charge, saving the man's life. The team member was still in shock, and said gratefully to Chu Shang, thank you, Vice Minister. Chu Shang nodded. Well, if you encounter danger, just say so, and I will provide timely support. As he spoke, he drove the stag beetle to chase the giant and killed it. The stag beetle's specialty lies in defense and strength. Standing on its back, Chu Shang doesn't have to worry about his own safety at all. He charges back and forth on the defense line, like a general driving a chariot, looking majestic. Chu Shang is very obsessed with this feeling, and feels that this kind of life is what he wants. But he soon felt a little disappointed. The stag beetle belonged to his son, not him. But what does it matter? I have a wonderful son. As long as his son can have a bright future, even if he can't achieve his life ideal, he should be satisfied. On the second line of defense, Chu Shang played the role of firefighting. As long as any team member was in danger, Chu Shang could immediately control the stag beetle and save them with a single charge. The safety of the team members is guaranteed, and they can let go of their hands and feet when fighting. Time is in the fierce battle, and an hour has passed. During this period, a total of more than 20 team members were saved by Chu Shang, which greatly enhanced the prestige of his deputy minister. Those who were not convinced by Chu Shang in the past gradually began to have a sense of admiration for him. In the space channel, giant sandworms are still pouring in continuously. After a long time of fierce fighting, not only the GU masters were very tired, but even the battle spirit GU could hardly hold on. At this time, the herald of Minister Zheng Guangfa began to convey the order: the reserve troops step forward and take over the line of defense. Brothers who are fighting are ready to retreat and recuperate. Hearing this order, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Chu Shang withdrew to the rear to recuperate with the members of the 2nd Battle Battalion. The rear is the residential area. The residents here have been evacuated, the houses have been requisitioned, and the evacuated fighters are living and repairing. The logistics team prepared food and pills to restore spiritual power for everyone, and the injured were also treated by special personnel. As the vice minister, Chu Shang had to busy himself with arranging his team members. Chu Yuan monopolized a room, first reported to his mother that he was safe, then hung a sign on the door of the room, and sat down cross-legged. He seems to be cultivating, but in fact, he has connected his spirit to the Dark Moon Envoy and went to explore the other world. From the beginning of the war to the present, thousands of giant sandworms have come to Blue Star through the space channel, and the follow-ups are still coming continuously. Chu Yuan wants to see what kind of world is on the other side that can breed so many giant shachens. It was still late at night on the Blue Star, but it was daytime in the other world connected by the space channel. It's just that the sky here is very gloomy and the sun cannot be seen. The land of this world is a maroon rocky land, with few green vegetation seen, and it looks extraordinarily desolate. The Dark Moon Messenger flew across the sky, and the creatures on the ground were helpless at a glance. There are wild boars with dark red skin, horned wolves in groups, and fire-breathing bulls wandering alone. In the direction of the Dark Moon Messenger's flight, there are giant sandworms moving towards the space channel. The other creatures hurriedly avoided them, as if they were very afraid of these giant sandworms. Chu Yuan didn't understand what was on the Blue Star that was attracting the giant sandworms, causing them to come from afar and enter the space channel regardless of their own safety. Chu Yuan wanted to use the Dark Moon Messenger to scout, so he didn't let it fly too fast or too high. It was daytime again in the other world, which led to a group of flying monsters discovering the Dark Moon Envoy and taking it as a hunting target. This group of flying monsters was exactly what Chu Yuan hunted and killed first when the space channel was just opened: dragon-winged birds. With the fighting power of the Dark Moon Emissary, he could easily win against 2 or 3 dragon-winged birds alone. But there were more than 10 dragon-winged birds in this group, and Chu Yuan was worried that the Dark Moon Messenger would be injured, so he gave up the investigation and asked the Dark Moon Messenger to speed up, trying to throw the group of dragon-winged birds away from Yi. These dragon-winged birds are really tough. Chu Yuan's consciousness was attached to the Dark Moon Messenger, looking at the dragon-winged bird who was chasing after him. If it was at night, these dragon-winged birds would not even be able to touch the shadow of the Dark Moon Envoy. But during the day, it can only run away. Dragon-winged birds have a strange specialty. As long as they form a group, they can increase each other's flying speed, almost doubling their speed. Therefore, Duan Yi didn't get rid of them with all his hands. Suddenly, a long and narrow canyon appeared in front of it, and there was a huge cave in the canyon, as black as the giant mouth of a monster. The Dark Moon Messenger sank and plunged into the dark cave. The dragon-winged bird that was chasing after it stopped outside the cave, screaming, "Ah!" for a while, but did not chase in. Obviously, there is something in the cave that makes them afraid. Even the flocks of dragonwing birds didn't dare to come in, and Chu Yuan didn't dare to be careless, so he immediately gave the Dark Moon Messenger an order to be careful. The Dark Moon Messenger sent out a detection sound wave, looking for possible dangers. The sound waves reflected back, and immediately, some familiar biological images were fed back to the brain of the Dark Moon Messenger, and then transmitted to Chu Yuan's consciousness through a spiritual connection. It's a giant sandworm. In this cave, there are a large number of giant sandworms, which are continuously climbing out of the cave. Chu Yuan thought, could it be that this is the lair of giant sandworms? Open black lens bracket skill. Shadow of the Dark Moon close black lens bracket. With the activation of this skill, the Dark Moon emissary's figure disappeared into the darkness, and giant sandworms crawled from below, not knowing that strange visitors had come here. Chu Yuan decided to let the Dark Moon Messenger go deep into the cave to find out what's in the depths of the cave. The Dark Moon Messenger stuck to the top of the cave and slowly flew deep. After only flying for a while, the Dark Moon emissary hid in a corner at the top. Just as it hid, a giant sandworm more than 20 meters long crawled under it. This is a Tier 4 giant sandworm. The 4th level ferocious beasts are many times more powerful than the 3rd level ferocious beasts, and they are very difficult to deal with. No wonder the dragon wing bird didn't dare to come in. In this cave, the 4th level giant sandworms can attack to the top of the cave. Even if they can fly, it's not safe. This 4th level giant sandworm went out of the cave, and I don't know if it will go to the space passage. Chu Genichi is not worried at all. In the case of being unable to penetrate the ground, not to mention the 4th level giant sandworm, even the 5th level giant sandworm king will not be able to cause too much threat to human beings on the blue star. After the 4th level giant sandworm passed by, the Dark Moon Messenger continued to fly deep into the cave. Along the way, Chu Yuan found at least several hundred giant sandworms, including those who invaded Blue Star before and what the Dark Moon Messenger encountered along the way. Chu Yuan estimated that there are at least 2,000 giant sandworms in a small area on the other side of the world. This is extremely unreasonable. With so many giant sandworms, their overall food needs will be terrifying. According to the Dark Moon Messenger flying all the way, seeing the number of other creatures in the surrounding area, it is obvious that they cannot meet the hunting needs of self-type sandworms. So, where does their food come from? With this doubt, Chu Yuan instructed the Dark Moon Messenger to continue flying forward. Finally, the reporter flew into a huge cave. This karst cave seems to be a hollowed-out mountainside, and it is not in all directions of the karst cave. There is a cave in each, and I don't know where it leads. In some caves, giant sand swims out from time to time. The Dark Moon Messenger hangs his body upside down on the top of the stone wall, and silent sound waves are emitted from its mouth, passing into each hole. These sound waves travel a long distance along the hole, and feed back the detected information to the Dark Moon Messenger. After a while, the detection results came out. Of the dozens of openings connecting the karst caves, only one leads all the way down to nowhere. And the other holes, just like the channel when the Dark Moon Messenger came, directly lead to the ground. Chu Yuan immediately became curious and ordered the Dark Moon Messenger to take off and fly towards the bottomless cave. The diameter of this cave is about 10 meters, winding all the way down, like a bottomless pit. It is too deep. The Dark Moon Messenger flew for half an hour, but hadn't reached the end yet. But Faye has already flown here, so it is too unwilling to return like this. Then, keep flying. Along the way, there was a steady stream of giant sandworms, and there were more than a dozen of the 4th level sandworms alone. Finally, the passage seemed to come to an end. Through the eyes of the Dark Moon Messenger, Chu Yuan saw a faint light ahead. As it continued to fly forward, its field of vision suddenly widened, and it came to a vast space. Above this space is a ceiling made of stone walls. There are countless glowing stalagmites hanging upside down from the ceiling. The light that Chu Yuan saw before was the light from these stalagmites. As far as the eye can see, there are countless thick stone pillars connecting the sky and the earth, as if they are supporting this place. What an amazing place! Chu Yuan secretly marveled that there was such a spectacle underground. I don't know whether it is formed naturally or excavated by giant sandworms. It is more than 100 meters from the ground to the ceiling above. Chu Yuan gave instructions to the Dark Moon Messenger to let him fly and soar to his heart's content to explore how big this mysterious underground space really is. The Dark Moon emissary quickly flew up. This place is always dark, and it is its favorite environment. As it flies rapidly, it sends out detection sound waves, and countless creatures appear in its perception. Giant sandworm, giant sandworm, giant sandworm. All giant sandworms. Compared with the ground, there are more giant sandworms here, and their sizes are also larger. The density of 4th level giant DD sandworms is extremely high, and there are even 5th level giant sandworms wandering around. Chu Yuan's scalp felt numb. Fortunately, this place is far away from the space passage, otherwise, if so many giant sandworms rushed out together, there would be great casualties in Scorpio City. More than an hour passed in a blink of an eye. And this underground space seems to be endless, and I don't know where to think. In addition to the large number of giant sandworms, there are other creatures here, such as giant pythons more than 30 meters long, groups of lizards, crocodiles more than 10 meters long. Once these ferocious beasts meet, fierce battles will occur, and even giant sandworms will occasionally become food. In addition to fierce beasts, there are countless underground plants here. A unique ecological chain is formed between animals and plants, which makes this place full of vitality. Chu Yuan finally figured out that this is not a lair dug out by giant sandworms, but a huge underground world. Chapter 101. The underground world is just a legend on Blue Star. As early as 1,000 years ago in the era of science and technology, human beings have proved that there is no other world deep in the heart of the earth. After entering the era of GU Masters did not discover the real underground world in Blue Star. Chu Yuan didn't expect that he just found such a magical underground world just because he was curious for a moment and used Spirit GU to explore the other world. He discovered many miraculous animals and plants here, as well as unique GU refining resources, but unfortunately, his body could not come here, and he could not refine GU here. After the space channel is opened, it will take at least 3 to 5 days before it will be closed, and there is still plenty of time now. The Dark Moon emissary couldn't come here in vain. Chu Yuan decided to let him explore here again and bring some useful things back. The Dark Moon messenger slowed down, looking for an easy-to-carry treasure. Suddenly there was the sound of fierce fighting in the distance, and what other beasts were roaring. The Dark Moon messenger approached carefully. It didn't dare to get too close, because according to the momentum of the battle, it was at least a level 4 monster fighting, and it would be easily affected if it was too close. Finally, both sides of the battle appeared in the field of vision. A giant crocodile more than 20 meters long is surrounded by a group of giant sandworms. The crocodile's combat power is very strong, and it is almost invincible in a one-on-one fight, but the giant sandworm has the upper hand by fighting more and fighting less. In the end, the crocodile died tragically under the beating of giant sandworms. At the end of the battle, the giant sandworms did not eat the crocodile's corpse, but dragged the corpse to a distance. Chu Yuan's heart moved, and he asked the messenger Angie to follow behind the group of sandworms. He wanted to find the lair 047 of the giant sandworm. If he found it, maybe he could let the night messenger steal a few eggs and see if they could be used to refine GU. There are many kinds of GU masters refining methods, some are found from the GU God Tower, and some are explored by the GU masters themselves. There are no giant sandworms in Blue Star, nor in the world of GU God Tower, so humans have not tried whether such giant insects can be used to refine GU. The Dark Moon emissary followed the giant sandworm team and found their lair. This is a very secluded valley, more than 100 4th-level giant sandworms keep it airtight. At the end of the valley, there is a hidden cave. The giant sandworm dragged the crocodile carcass into the cave, followed by the Dark Moon emissary. After entering the cave, almost every knot far away, there is a 5th-level giant sandworm guarding. Chu Yuan secretly complained that a group of worms guarded the nest so densely. Is it because they have too many treasures, or the leader of the giant sandworm is too afraid of death? But this is not a problem for the Dark Moon emissary. There is no sun in the underground world, and this is its eternal home. Skill: Shadow of the Dark Moon. Once this skill is activated, as long as the Dark Moon messenger does not take the initiative to attack, the giant sandworm has no chance of discovering it. The giant sandworm dragged the crocodile corpse through a maze-like passage, and finally came to a huge stone cave. This place is like a hollowed-out mountainside, with thousands of square meters, and the inside is not dark, because the top stone wall is covered with glowing stalagmites, and the surrounding stone walls are also inlaid with bright gemstones. A group of bugs even know how to decorate. The Dark Moon Messenger hid himself in a crevice at the top of the stone wall. The giant sandworms put down the crocodile's body, neighed toward the depths of the cave, and retreated to the side. Through the eyes of the Dark Moon Messenger, Chu Yuan saw a strange scene. A snow-white fat big meat worm slowly crawled out of a small hole in the innermost part of the cave. Its body is only 2 or 3 meters long, like a large silkworm baby, fat, with a bit of cuteness. This is not the point. The most important thing is that this big bug actually emits a slight orange light. As a GU master, Chu Genichi recognized at a glance that it was a wild spirit GU. And it's a very rare orange crystal spirit GU. This is really incredible. Humans have fought against monsters from other worlds for 1,000 years, except for the world of God GU Tower and the Blue Star. No wild spirit GU has been found in other worlds. After the orange crystal spirit GU came out, it neighed at the giant sandworm, and immediately the sandworm passed by, biting the crocodile's corpse, and then slowly backed away. Chu Yuan was confused. What kind of operation is this? The spirit GU stared at the crocodile's corpse for a while, then slowly approached. Chu Yuan understood. It was confirming whether the crocodile was completely dead, and whether there was any possibility of threatening it. How prudent. It is so timid. No wonder there are so many giant sandworm guards outside. For a distance of 5 meters, this spirit GU actually crawled for 10 minutes. It came to the crocodile corpse, but did not eat, but lay there motionless. A few minutes passed and it was like falling asleep. Chu Yuan was confused again. What is it doing? Could it be a spiritual GU with faith? Do you need to pray before eating? How should it pray? Ah, thank you GU God for giving me food. This is too nonsense BGCA. After a while, Chu Yuan knew what it was doing. I saw the belly of this spirit GU wriggling, and small bugs about half a foot long came out. These worms smelled the smell of blood, and immediately climbed onto the body of the crocodile, and ate it with big mouthfuls. They eat fast, grow fast, and soon grow to a foot long. The shape of the worm also became a little hideous, with the appearance of a giant sandworm. Seeing this, Chu Genichi understands everything. This wild spirit GU is actually the mother of all giant sandworms. The entire underground world, including those giant sandworms that left the underground world and are attacking Blue Star, are its descendants. This is a bit awesome. It gave birth to so many giant sandworms, including a large number of 5th level and 4th level giant sandworms. These giant sandworms seem to be all controlled by it, looking for food for it, and protecting it. Keep it safe. Chu Yuan summed up the information about this spirit GU, and made a judgment. The quality and level of this spirit GU are very high, but it has no combat power by itself. Chu Yuan has seen similar spirit GU before. Feng Qinlin, the young master of the Feng family in Scorpio City, has another Ant Queen spirit GU, which is somewhat similar to the Worm Mother spirit GU in front of him. The Ant Queen spirit GU does not have any fighting power itself, so it can produce a large number of acid-flying ants with strong fighting power. This Worm Mother is so timid, she probably doesn't have any combat power, and relies entirely on the giant sandworms she gave birth to fight. That being the case, Chu Yuan immediately used his brains and started to come up with the idea of this Worm Mother spirit GU. There are too many giant sandworms guarding around. Even if the Worm Mother is useless, the Dark Moon Emissary can't attack by force. It must be a one-hit victory, otherwise, with the cowardly personality of the Worm Mother, after being frightened, she will definitely hide in the giant sandworm pile, and then she will have no chance to strike again. Then what should we do? Chu Yuan observed in the cave through the eyes of the Dark Moon Messenger. When he saw the stalagmites at the top of the stone wall, he had an idea. These stalagmites, like icicles on the eaves in winter, hang down long and have very sharp bottoms. Under Chu Yuan's control, the Dark Moon Emissary activated a skill. Open black lens bracket skill. Infrasonic kill close black lens bracket. An invisible sound wave came out from the mouth of the Dark Moon Messenger, aiming at a stalagmite above the Worm Mother. Under the vibration of the sound waves, the stalagmites vibrated slightly. After a while, this stalagmite fell off from the top of the wall and fell straight towards the mother of giant worms. The worm mother immediately felt the danger, and it wanted to dodge, but its speed comparable to that of a snail did not allow it to dodge at all. It screamed in terror, calling for its children to come and save them. The giant sandworm received the call and rushed over desperately. But it was too late, and the stalagmite went straight down, directly on the mother's body. Hiss! There was a shrill neigh, and the worm mother twisted her body in pain, struggling desperately. The giant sandworm finally arrived and pulled the stalagmite off the mother. Then around the worm mother, there were hisses everywhere, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. As a GU master, Chu Yuan is the one who understands spirit GU best. He judged that with a single stalagmite, this worm mother spirit GU cannot be killed. However, his goal is not to kill it, but to seriously injure the worm mother. According to the self-protection mechanism of spirit GU, after being seriously injured, the worm mother will enter the egg state to recover from the injury. Once it becomes a GU egg, then it is the opportunity for the Dark Moon Messenger to make a move. As Chu Yuan expected, the seriously injured insect mother, under the protection of a group of giant sandworms, spewed out strong energy and enveloped herself. Not long after, the worm mother spirit GU turned into a GU egg. Before it entered the egg, it gave an order to let all the giant sandworms return to the nest to protect it. In this instant, the entire underground world, and all the giant sandworms in the above-ground world, including the giant sandworms that are attacking the human defense line, they all received orders from the insect mother in an unknown way, and they all went crazy, rushing back desperately. On the human side, they don't understand why the giant sandworms suddenly retreated. But this did not prevent them from taking advantage of the victory and pursuing them all the way to the space channel. In the worm mother's lair, the voodoo eggs formed by the worm mother were surrounded by a group of giant level 5 sandworms, and the Dark Moon Emissary had no chance to attack. Chu Yuan controlled the Dark Moon Emissary and launched a sonic attack on a giant sandworm. The sandworm immediately jumped into a rage and looked for enemies to attack it. But the Dark Moon Messenger didn't even show his face, and there was no trace of the sonic attack. This giant sandworm couldn't find where the enemy was, so it wandered back and forth violently, and quickly left its post. Just like that, giant sandworms one after another were used by the Dark Messenger to use the sonic zone. Although some of them still remembered their duty of guarding the worm mother, they also distanced themselves from the GU eggs. Seizing this opportunity, the Dark Moon Messenger flew down like a ghost, swallowed the GU eggs in one gulp, and flew into the air again. The giant sandworms in the nest of the worm mother found that the breath of the worm mother suddenly disappeared, and they suddenly went into a state of frenzy. But with their limited wisdom, they don't know where to find the worm mother, so they can only wreak havoc in the cave angrily. And the Dark Moon Messenger activated the Dark Moon Shadow skill, and flew out of Yumu's lair without a sound. Chu Yuan was very satisfied with getting an orange crystal spirit GU. He immediately gave an order to the Dark Moon Messenger to let it return to his side. When it was approaching dawn, the Dark Moon Messenger took advantage of the darkness to pass through the space channel and return to his master, and the worm mother GU eggs fell into Chu Yuan's hands. Chu Yuan pretended to finish his training and left his room. At this time, Chu Shang was about to go to the defensive line for another rotation with the members of the 2nd Combat Brigade who had rested. Chu Shang saw him and said, "Son, the giant sandworm has retreated, and there is no more battle now. You are not a combatant in the establishment. If you feel tired, you can go home." Chu Yuan shook his head. "It's okay, Dad, I'm not tired. I'm here with you to exercise myself. Can't I bear this bit of hardship?" Chu Shang nodded. He also thought it would be good for his son to exercise more, so that he would not be able to take care of himself when he goes to college outside in the future. At this time, the eastern sky began to emit red light, and the sky was about to dawn. Chu Shang led the team back to the defense line to take over from another group of GU masters, but at this moment, there were no living eye-shaped sandworms on the battlefield. No monsters to kill means no combat merit to earn, and everyone is very disappointed. Chu Shang was even more disappointed. In the battle last night, he rode a stag beetle, looking majestic like a general, and he hasn't had enough yet. Unfortunately, there are no monsters in the space channel now. Chu Yuan's Dark Moon Messenger had already figured out the situation on the other side of the passage, knowing that after the giant sandworms had withdrawn, the other side was no longer in great danger. He encouraged his father. Dad, the space channel will last for 3 to 5 days, and now it has only passed one night, so there is still plenty of time. There are no monsters to kill here, why don't you apply to Minister Zheng to hunt monsters across the space passage? Chu Shang hesitated. This can't work, our duty is to guard the space passage, take the initiative to cross the boundary to kill monsters, but we have no combat achievements. Even if you don't have combat achievements, the monster's corpse is still very valuable. You don't have to hand over all the harvest to the City Lord's mansion, most of it is your own. Besides, I just sent a flying spirit GU to investigate, and there is not much danger on the other side. Hearing that Chu Yuan released the spirit GU to go to another world, Chu Shang became anxious immediately. You child, why are you so reckless? Let the spirit GU go there, what if you are in danger? Chu Yuan smiled. It's okay, it's just a white-skinned flying spirit GU, even if it dies, there is no big loss. Chu Shang carefully considered Chu Yuan's suggestion, and worried again. Even if Minister Zheng allows it, no one is willing to cross the border with me to kill monsters. Boss, if you don't try, how will you know? People with a good family background, who would like to join the security team and work hard. Everyone is short of cultivation resources, and now there is an opportunity to earn resources. I believe that many people are willing to take a risk. 1. And Dad, you only need to make more contributions and earn more resources, then you can quickly improve your strength and compete for higher positions. Chu Shang was moved by his son's words, he thought about it, and then nodded heavily. I'll go and ask Minister Zheng for instructions first, and see if he agrees. Chu Yuan was afraid that his father would not be able to speak, so he hurriedly whispered a few words to him. After hearing what his son said, Chu Shang came to the temporary headquarters, met with Minister Zheng, and asked him to fight. Zheng Guangfa said in amazement, you want to cross the border to kill monsters? Old Chu, you have to be clear that only the invading monsters can be killed to gain military exploits. Chu Shang nodded. I understand, Minister. You know my family, my son will go to college soon, and he will go to Yunshao College. In the next few years, he will need a lot of resources. There is an opportunity to earn resources. I won't go. How can you support your son if you work hard? Zheng Guangfa nodded. Well, Chu Yuan is a disciple of Master Guo. He is a third-rank alchemist at a young age. There should be no problem going to Yunshao Academy. Chu Shang said proudly. Minister, in fact, Chu Yuan has already received the admission letter from Yunshao Academy. How? How is this possible? The college entrance examination hasn't started yet. Hey, he was specially recruited in advance by Yunding class of Yunshao College. Genting class. Zheng Guangfa was even more shocked. Yunshao College's Yunding class only recruits the most outstanding young talents, not real geniuses, and no one can get in. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuan can get into the Yunding class. The talents who come out of this class will definitely surpass the level of Scorpio City Lord in the future. Zheng Guangfa already had a high opinion of Chu Yuan, but unexpectedly he still underestimated him. At this time, the Chu family has not really risen, and it is time to make friends. Once Chu Yuan grows up in the future, it will be too late for you to make friends. With this in mind, Guangfa agreed to Chu Shang's request without hesitation. Chu Shang, I won't stop you from crossing borders to kill monsters. But there are 2 requirements. Minister, please order. First, I will not force people from the security forces to go on adventures with you. You can only mobilize them yourself. If you are willing to go with you, I will not stop them. Second, the security forces are cultivated by the City Lord's mansion after all. Even if you voluntarily go to other worlds to hunt monsters, you have to hand over 30% of the proceeds to the City Lord's mansion. Chu Shang nodded heavily. I agree, thank you Minister for cultivating it. With the permission of the Commander-in-Chief of the battlefield, the father and son of the Chu family went back to the 2nd Combat Brigade after some discussion. Chu Shang's prestige is mainly concentrated in the 2nd Combat Brigade, so he has to recruit people from here first. Chu Shang stood on the majestic stag beetle and began to give a speech. Brothers, since the space passage descended on Blue Star 1,000 years ago, alien monsters have been invading our homeland. Today we repelled the attack of giant sandworms, but are you satisfied with such a victory? I, Chu Shang, am not satisfied. I decided to counterattack the foreign world, go to the territory of the monsters, and hunt them. I have already applied to Minister Zhang, and he gave me permission to recruit team members, go through the space passage, and hunt monsters from other worlds. If there are brothers who are willing to go with us, we will fight side by side, and 30% of all the gains will be handed over to the City Lord's mansion, and the rest will be distributed fairly according to how much effort we make. These GU masters from the Public Security Department were idle and had nothing to do. When they heard Chu Shang's shout, September 47 inches immediately made people excited. A team member asked, Deputy Minister Chu, there are so many giant sandworms in the other world, didn't we give them away? Chu Shang smiled confidently and said, I have used Spirit GU to inquire, and the giant sandworms have all retreated to their lairs for some reason. What we need to face are horned wolves, fire-breathing cows, and dragon-winged birds. The number of these monsters is not large. As long as we don't go too far, we won't encounter danger. Someone began to ask about the distribution rules of the spoils. To be honest, Chu Yuan didn't think much of this gain. He casually refined a few furnaces of pills, and after 100-fold increase, it was enough for his own family to cultivate. He encouraged Chu Shang to take people to hunt monsters across borders, mainly to accumulate prestige and contacts for his father. Therefore, under his strong suggestion, Chu Shang made the distribution rules quite fair and equitable. When Chu Shang finished explaining the distribution rules, many people nodded their heads in agreement, thinking that the vice minister's character is really good. Lu Meng was the first to stand up and say, if I only rely on salary, I will be able to become a third-level GU master in my life, but I still want to become a high-level GU master. I am willing to fight. Deputy Minister Chu, I'll go with you. Chu Shang nodded. Okay, let's work hard together. Once someone takes the lead, someone will sign up later. But there are more people with a wait-and-see attitude, and they are unwilling to take risks because of it. Chu Shang recruited 11 people in the second team, and went to other teams to recruit people, but after a round of shouting, only 5 people were recruited. A dozen or so people, as long as they don't have too much appetite and avoid large groups of monsters, it's enough to do a lot of work. Before the team set off, Chu Shang said to Chu Yuan, you are not allowed to go there. Chu Genichi was stunned. Dad, why don't you let me go? I came up with the idea of the cross-border hunting team. Chu Shang showed his father's majesty. I say no, I won't, you stay here honestly, if you dare to secretly follow me, I will beat you. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. You are crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, HMPH, if you don't go, you won't go. So, Chu Yuan walked back angrily. But he still felt sorry for his father, and let the 3 spirits, the stag beetle, the shadow knife beetle, and the 6-winged flying scorpion, follow Chu Shang. Chu Yuan was not present. These few spirit GU could not exert their maximum fighting power, but it was no problem to protect Chu Shang. What's more, at critical moments, Chu Yuan can remotely control the spirit GU to assist his father in fighting. Chu Shang led 16 members of the cross-border hunting team into the space passage. Chu Yuan returned to the room where he was resting before, hung up a sign of Do Not Disturb, and brought his consciousness to the Shadow Saber Mantis to watch the actions of the cross-border hunting team. I saw that the hunting team had already found a group of horned wolves, and was setting traps with their spirits, preparing to hunt them down. This group of horned wolves is not strong enough to pose a threat to the hunting team. Chu Yuan watched it for a while and felt bored, so he withdrew his consciousness. He took out the GU eggs of the worm mother, bit his finger, and carved the mark of identifying the main formation on it. In an instant, his mental power was connected with the worm mother. System. Ding. It is detected that the host has harvested spirit GU, and the 100-fold increase has been activated. Of course Chu Yuan chooses the 100-fold increase. Then he got the second orange crystal spirit GU in his life. Or it could be said to be the first orange crystal spirit GU, because the ownership of the sky tarantula is not his, and it will be returned to Du Gumeng in the future. GU species. Mother of giant worms. Quality. Orange crystal. Level. Early 5th level. Attribute. Bug. Ability. Giant insect breeding. Giant worm reproduction. The worm mother can quickly breed giant sandworms, and the giant sandworms bred will always be under the control of the worm mother. The dignified orange crystal spirit GU has only this unique skill. This doesn't mean that the worm mother is useless. On the contrary, as long as it is given enough resources and time, the worm mother is almost invincible. Chu Yuan has seen Feng Qinline's ant queen spirit GU, which can reproduce an infinite amount of acid flying ants. Once the number of flying ants increases, unless the opponent has a wide range of AoE skills, any opponent will stay away. However, Feng Qinline's ant queen spirit GU has an obvious weakness, that is, the flying ants it produces cannot grow, and the individual combat power is very weak, so they can only win by numbers. The insect mother, who also relies on breeding arms to fight, is different. The giant sandworms bred by the insect mother are not only numerous, but also have unlimited growth power. Giant sandworms can grow to level 3, level 4, level 5, or even higher, provided there are enough resources for them to grow. The worm mother relied on the giant sandworm to become the overlord of the underground world, and she had no opponents on the ground, and was able to attack Blue Star. The security forces of the entire Scorpio City had to do their best to resist it, which showed its strength and potential. Perhaps for others, it is more difficult to cultivate the giant sandworm of the insect mother, but this is not a problem for Chu Yuan at all. Because he has a GU God Tower that is completely under his control. Just put the worm mother into the world in GU God Tower, let it breed giant sandworms, and let them grow wildly in that boundless world. Chu Yuan is worried that the world is too big, he has no time to explore it. Let many giant sandworms spread in all directions, and they can always dig out some relics, which is much better than Chu Yuan finding it slowly by himself. With that vast world, as long as a group of advanced giant sandworms are cultivated, who will Chu Yuan be afraid of in the future? You want gang fights? I have an army of giant sandworms. Do you want to single out? Come and single out my army of giant sandworms. Who dares to mess with me? Half a day later, the cross-border hunting team returned to Blue Star. They bring back plenty of prey. Nearly 50 adult horned wolf carcasses and a dozen horned wolf cubs. More than a dozen dead fire-breathing cows. 3 dragon wing bird corpses, and 2 dragon wing bird eggs. According to a rough estimate, this batch of prey is worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. 4.4 No member of the hunting team was injured or killed. After such a trip, in addition to the 30% profit turned over to the city lord's mansion, every member of the hunting team can get tens of thousands of spirit stones. It's equivalent to their salary for 1 year in the Ministry of Public Security. The huge profits made many people jealous. After Chu Shang and the others rested for a while, they were going to cross the border to hunt again. This time, more people volunteered to join. This is also the purpose of Chu Shang and others coming back. Everyone has space snails on their bodies, and they can hold as many prey as possible. If it is not for recruiting people, they would be reluctant to come back. After all, the space channel only exists for 3 to 5 days, and time is money, so it would be a waste of time to come back. But the hunting team found a large lair, and a dozen of them couldn't take it down, so they brought the prey they had harvested to attract others to join. Soon, a team of more than 50 people set off again under the leadership of Chu Shang. Chu Yuan was still practicing, and the cross-border hunting team came back after half a day. Chu Shang came to find Chu Yuan and said to him, "Son, let's go home." Chu Yuan was surprised. "Go home? Aren't you leading people to hunt monsters across borders?" Chu Shang's expression showed an uncontrollable joy. "Go home first, and we will talk after we get home." The father wanted to go home, so the son had to follow. Because of the space passage, her husband and son are stationed at the front line. Su Li is not in the mood to do business at all. She listened to her son's suggestion last time, and asked the clerk to help her take care of the shop. It doesn't matter whether she goes or not. It is a big relationship, and I am waiting at home for the news of my husband and son. Su Li was also surprised to see them come back. "Why are you back? Are you not injured? I heard that the space channel has not been closed yet." Only then did Chu Shang say to his wife and children, "Some things happened, and they are good things. The superiors kept them secret. Let me tell you briefly. You must not tell them outside." Following Chu Shang's narration, Chu Yuan knew what happened. It turned out that when Chu Shang took more than a dozen hunting team members to hunt monsters in another world at the beginning, he found a nest of sloths. The giant ground sloth is a beast that looks a little like a 16-size mouse and a little bit like a small brown bear. They are good at digging and living in burrows. There were too many ground sloths in the lair, and a dozen or so people from Chushong couldn't take them down, so they went back to Blue Star and recruited more than 40 people. This time, more than 50 mighty people killed more than 100 giant ground sloths and took down the entire nest after some fighting. But while cleaning out the nest, they made a surprising discovery. The ground sloth's nest was dug very deep, and the hunting team searched along the nest, and found a black gold mine dug out by the ground sloth. Wujin is a rare mineral that was redefined by the scientists of the GU Master era after the New Era. This metal can communicate with spiritual power and has a wide range of uses. Blue Star's native black gold ore reserves are very small, so it is extremely precious. In the era of GU Masters, although the power of GU Masters is the main force, technology still occupies a very important position, but the laws of physics have changed, and technology must also keep pace with the times. It is mainly reflected in the application of new materials and new energy. Wujin is a representative of new materials. Many tools related to GU Masters can use this material. It occupies a very important position in today's technology. The new energy sources are energy bodies such as spirit stones and beast crystal nuclei. The alien hunting team led by Chu Shang discovered this black gold deposit, which is extremely valuable. But there is a problem. This mine is in another world, and the space channel exists for a limited time, which does not allow slow mining at all. Knowing the preciousness of Wujin, Chu Shang rushed back to Blue Star immediately and told Zheng Guangfa about the mine. Zheng Guangfa immediately reported to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord personally led people to the space channel and sent people to investigate. Because time was tight, this mine was not something that any family could afford, so the City Lord's mansion notified the GU Master Association, the major families and other forces in Scorpio City. Soon, the major forces in Scorpio City united and dispatched the most elite mining teams to enter another world to mine. Under the union of all forces, regardless of the cost of mining, strive to obtain the maximum harvest before the space channel is closed. And as the alien hunting team who made this contribution, every member will receive generous rewards. Especially the Captain Chu Shang, the reward will be the biggest. After listening to Chu Shang's introduction, Chu Yuan felt that his father's luck was really good. Su Li said to her husband, "Husband, when the City Lord's mansion is moving, you should try your best to choose resources that are useful to your son. He is going to Yunshao Academy soon. We can't wrong our son." Chu Shang nodded. "I think so too." Chu Yuan quickly said, "Dad, Mom, don't do this. I don't lack anything, so I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a lot of good things in my hand. I've always been afraid to scare you, and dare not show it to you. So, just take care of yourself. I suggest that Dad asks for the time and resources to enter the GU God Tower to practice. If you want 2 people, you and Mom go to retreat and practice together." Su Li took the lead in objecting. "How can that be done? Parents can only think about themselves. Son, it doesn't matter what happens to our future, but your future is more important." Chu Yuan slammed a silver bank card onto the table with a snap. He confided a little secret of his own. There are 4 million spirit stones in it. I have never dared to tell you, just because I was afraid of scaring you. Chu Shang and Su Li were really taken aback. "Son, where did you get so many spirit stones?" "Some time ago, the Ma family hoarded golden leaf hops, do you know? The drunken pill formula is my master, so I naturally know what ingredients are needed. So, I cooperated with the Ma family to stock up golden leaf hops, these the spirit stone as my dividend." Chu Yuan's words shocked the parents for a long time. He continued, "I don't lack spirit GU, pills, and spirit stones. After I go to Yunshao Academy, I don't lack GU God pagodas for cultivation, and I don't lack the guidance of famous teachers. My only concern is that my parents won't keep up with my growth rate. Think about it, if I become a high-level GU master in a few years, and you are still only low-level GU masters, how embarrassing it would be for me. If I let you miss the opportunity to practice, it will be too late for me to make up for it in the future. So, when I don't lack anything, you don't have to think about me, think about yourself more. You have to think about it, your son is destined to become a peerless GU master, ascend to the top, and be proud of the world, you must have enough lifespan to see your son proud of the world. It took a lot of rhetoric before Chu Yuan persuaded his parents to let Chu Shang exchange the credit he made this time for their own promotion opportunities. How the city lord's mansion mines the black gold mine is not something that the Chu Genichi family can care about. At the dawn of the fourth day when the space channel was opened, the channel showed signs of closing. All the personnel who were mining in another world hurriedly withdrew back, and at dawn, the space passage completely disappeared. And in this short period of 3 days, all parties in Scorpio City joined forces to mine a large amount of black gold mines. Another day later, Chu Shang received an order from the city lord's mansion, asking him to go 110 to the city lord's mansion to receive the reward. After Chu Shang came back, he excitedly said to his wife and children, "The rewards I got were threefold. First, I got a sum of spirit stones as a reward, which was not much, only 100,000. In this year, all the pills used for cultivation are provided by the GU Master Association and the major families. Third, if I can be promoted to a 5th level GU Master within this year, will take over the post of Minister of Public Security of Scorpio City." After Chu Shang finished speaking, he was triumphant, as if he had become a 5th level GU Master and was sitting on the minister's throne. In front of her son, Su Li hugged her husband and kissed her, and praised, "Wow, husband, you are awesome." Chu Yuan is also very satisfied with this reward. In the Bronze GU God Tower, the flow of time inside is 20 times that of Blue Star. 1 year of cultivation in it is equivalent to 20 years of cultivation in Blue Star. In addition to the resources provided by the GU Master Association and the major families, it is enough for Chu Shang and Su Li to cultivate to level 5 GU Masters. Moreover, Chu Shang will be able to take over the position of Minister of Public Security after returning from training in the ancient God Tower, which can be regarded as fulfilling his dream of becoming an official. Chu Shang and Su Li began to prepare for entering the GU God Tower for retreat. They planned to wait for Chu Yuan to finish his college entrance examination and go to Yunshao College before entering the GU God Tower to practice. At this time, there are only 5 days until the college entrance examination. During these 5 days, Chu Yuan plans to spend more time with his parents, because after that, the two parties will be separated for at least a year. The day of the college entrance examination has finally arrived. Standing at the gate of Scorpio No. 1 Middle School, Chu Yuan was quite emotional. In his last life, he also went through the college entrance examination. At that time, he felt that the college entrance examination was more important than his own life, but he failed it. But in this life, until the day of the college entrance examination came, Chu Yuan didn't feel anything. No nervousness, no excitement, not even anticipation. He even thought about not taking the college entrance examination anymore. Anyway, he had already received the admission letter of the Yunding class, so it was meaningless for him to take the college entrance examination. But in the end he still decided to participate. After all, he has been fighting for this goal for so many years, and he has to go through this cutscene. But his mentality is completely different. Chu Yuan entered Class 5, Senior 3, and immediately a group of students surrounded him. "Chu Yuan, you kid is amazing now. You have become a 3rd-grade alchemist. This can add a lot of points in the college entrance examination, right?" "It's not bad, I can add 100 points. Wow, that's a lot to add." "Chu Yuan, I don't answer your calls, and I don't reply to your text messages. I still want to ask you to help me make a pot of pills." "Hee, I'm sorry, I'm closed, I didn't receive." "Chu Yuan, are you free after the college entrance examination? Come to my house to play." A beautiful female classmate shyly extended an invitation to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan immediately declined. "Sorry, I don't have time, I have other things to do after the exam." Facing the chirping voice, Chu Yuan felt a little dizzy. When he was overwhelmed, Lu Dongqiang, the head teacher, walked in. He stood on the podium and said, "Students, today is the day of the college entrance examination. First of all, I wish everyone a good result. This exam will be invigilated by a teacher sent by the College Alliance. I hope everyone will take it seriously. Now I will announce the timetable of the exam, and then take turns to come to me to get the admission ticket. This morning, I will take the culture class test, in the afternoon I will take the GU Master Theory test, and tomorrow I will take the actual combat test. Lu Dongqiang explained the exam rules and precautions, issued the admission ticket to everyone, and then said, "The time is now 7:30, and we will gather in the school auditorium at 7:50, which has been changed into an examination room. Take the exam on time, and be careful not to be late." After Lu Dongqiang finished speaking, he left the class. The college entrance examination in the era of GU Masters is divided into 3 parts. The first part, traditional culture class, test Chinese, mathematics, history, etc., the full score is 300 points. The second part, GU Masters theoretical knowledge test, mainly includes refining GU, raising GU theory, talisman, GU Masters characters, basic magic circle, etc., with a full score of 300 points. The third part, actual combat test. The full score is also 300 points. Speaking of the college entrance examination, it is a grand event in the technological age. After entering the new era, there was a pause for a while. At that time, human beings were facing the danger of alien invasion, and they only pursued a powerful fighting force. When cultivating GU Masters, they ignored the importance of cultural lessons. As a result, the GU Masters during that period were not weak in combat power, but they were brave and foolhardy. In the end, on the alien battlefield, the human GU Master army fell into the trap of alien creatures, and their IQ was crushed by alien monsters. Since then, human beings have learned the lesson, re-established universities, middle schools and primary schools, resumed the college entrance examination, and systematically cultivated the comprehensive abilities of GU Masters. To this day, when colleges and universities enroll students, cultural courses still occupy a very important proportion. Chu Yuan has always been at the top of the culture class since he was a child, so he is not worried about this. At 7:50, Chu Yuan followed the students to the school hall. It has been transformed into an examination room. The invigilator of the college alliance was already in place, and Chu Yuan found his seat according to the number of his student admission ticket. As for the exam, Chu Yuan has experienced many battles in his 2 lifetimes combined, and he quickly adjusted to his best condition. The invigilator first made some nagging, emphasized the exam rules and discipline, as well as the punishment and consequences of violating discipline, and the exam officially began. Soon, the test papers were sent to Chu Yuan. The culture test, also known as the comprehensive literature test. All courses are combined together, and there are 6 test papers in total. Chu Yuan wrote his name on it, and started to do it. Not long after, he finished writing a paper, changed another paper, and continued to answer questions. An hour and a half later, Chu Yuan finished all the papers, checked them a little, and got up to hand in the papers. At this time, some candidates did not even complete half of the exam. When many people saw Chu Yuan handing in the paper, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Chu Yuan, he handed in the paper so quickly, and it's not even half the time. Isn't this creating psychological pressure for others? But Chu Yuan didn't care about these, and left the examination room after handing in the papers. There were still several hours before the afternoon exam. He came to Old Man Guo's small building, activated the formation, released the GU God Tower, and entered the world in the tower. As soon as Chu Yuan appeared in Wolong Villa, 2 golden eagles landed beside him to welcome his master. Chu Yuan laughed loudly. "Da Jin Xiao Jin, I'm not here for a while, do you miss me?" The 2 golden eagles rubbed their heads against Chu Yuan affectionately. 1 person and 2 birds played for a while. Chu Yuan patted their heads. "Go and help me catch some blue-eared rabbits, let's eat roasted rabbit meat." Hearing that roasted rabbit meat was to be eaten, the 2 golden eagles immediately soared into the air and flew into the distance. Chu Yuan is a foodie, and the 2 birds followed him and became foodies too. Originally, the golden eagle ate raw meat, but after eating barbecue with Chu Yuan for a while, he was also full of desire for cooked meat. The golden eagles flew back quickly, and each golden eagle caught 2 fat blue-eared rabbits. Chu Yuan immediately started to roast the 4 rabbits and ate them deliciously. He counted the time and left the world of GU God Tower before the exam started in the afternoon. In the afternoon is the GU Master Theory test. Chu Yuan was the first to hand in the test again, making everyone else's teeth itch. But what does it matter? Chu Yuan doesn't care what other people think. The actual combat test was on the second day. Chu Yuan didn't go home at night, and once again entered the GU God Pagoda in the small building to cultivate the newly acquired insect mother spirit GU. He asked the 2 golden eagles to capture several ferocious beasts, and let the worm mother give birth to a batch of giant sandworm larvae, and let them eat the meat of the ferocious beasts to grow. Chu Yuan was worried that these larvae would be eaten by the golden eagle when he was not around, but the golden eagle was not interested in them at all, which made him feel relieved. Because there is 100 times the speed of time, the night above the blue star has passed a long time in the world of GU God Tower. When Chu Yuan calculated the time to go back to take the college entrance examination, he had already cultivated thousands of giant sandworms, all of which were driven away, left Wolong Mountain, and went to find a place to grow and develop by himself. The time for the last exam of the college entrance examination came, and Chu Yuan returned to campus early to take the exam. The last one is a practical test. The actual combat test is divided into 3 levels. In the first test of GU Master, how many levels of spiritual power have you reached? The second level is to test the spirit GU, to test the level and quality of the spirit GU. The third test battle. The intermediate GU Master sent by the Academy personally tested the actual combat ability of the students. For Chu Yuan, the actual combat test was even easier. He was already a 3rd level GU Master, and he released stag beetles, assassin stars, and 6-winged flying scorpions in the exam, and passed the exam easily. Chu Yuan's college entrance examination ended in a mediocre way. After the college entrance examination, Chu Yuan felt that he didn't want to work hard anymore. He played games at home all day, watched dramas and movies, read novels, and slept late. He had never been so leisurely in his 2 lifetimes combined. He wants to take advantage of his youth and live a life of indulgence. Otherwise, you will never find this mentality in the future. This kind of life lasted only 3 days, and was interrupted by a phone call. The call was from the class teacher Lu Dongqiang. Chu Yuan, the results of the college entrance examination are out, and you rank 1st in the total score. For this result, Chu Yuan is not surprised. After all, his strength lies there, and there are 3rd-rank alchemists who can add points, so it's a ghost to be the 1st. Chu Yuan complimented casually. It's all Teacher Lu, you teach well. Hehe, don't flatter me, this is your own ability to pass the test, hurry up and come to the school to have a look, the teacher in charge of recruiting students from Yunshao Academy has arrived. All right Mr. Lu, I'll come to the school right away. Chu Yuan threw away an adult manga, changed his clothes and left the house. When he came to the school, a group of people had gathered around the place where the list was posted. From far away, he saw his name. Number 1, Chu Yuan, 976 points. Additional points for 3rd-rank alchemist, 100. Chu Yuan nodded. Nice. 2nd place. Feng Qinlin 920,035 points, 50 extra points for the 2nd-rank array mage. Hey, I haven't heard of it before, but Feng Qinlin is actually a magician. Number 3. Huang Yuding 895 points, additional points for 1st-rank array mage 20. Yo, this chick is pretty fierce. 4th place. Ma Long 893 points, additional points 20 points for the 1st tasting GU Master. Yeah, my brother-in-law is stretching his hips. Number 5. Lu Lei 885 points, additional points for 1st-rank array mage 20. Yo, this is a dark horse. 6th place. Chen Gang 884 points, additional points for a 1st-rank alchemist 20. It's only 1 point away. If he didn't make the top 5, this kid should have passed out crying in the toilet. Number 7. Sun Man 879 points. The only one in the top 10 that didn't get extra points, what a pity. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, one of the classmates who watched the list started to cry, obviously she didn't do well in the exam. The cry seemed to be contagious, and soon several classmates began to cry. There was a boy who cried the most. Woo. The top 5 results are of great significance BGCA, because Yunshao Academy only has 5 places in Scorpio number 1 middle school. Yunshao College is recognized as the number 1 university, who wouldn't want to go there? Chu Yuan looked at the weeping boy and recognized him as Chen Gang, who came in 6th in the exam. Chen Gang is usually gentle and elegant, and he cares more about his image, but he didn't expect to cry at this time. He also has another identity. He is the grandson of Chen Yaoyun, the vice principal of Scorpio No. 1 Middle School. During this time, Vice President Chen was very active in the school. In order to let his grandson get a good grade in the exam, he used his power to do a lot of disgraceful things. For example, the last time Lu Dongqiang applied for Chu Yuan's qualification to enter the GU God Tower, he was rejected by Vice President Chen. Chu Yuan doesn't care about a chance to enter the GU God Tower, but this matter makes him very upset. Sun Man received the same treatment. Sun Man was born in an ordinary family, but he has always been very hardworking. Last time he played with Chu Yuan on behalf of Scorpio No. 1 Middle School in Xuanwu No. 1 Middle School. He applied to enter the GU God Tower before the college entrance examination, but was also rejected by Vice President Chen. Otherwise, Sun Man could at least get a few more points in the college entrance examination, and he might have a chance to enter the top 5. Because of Vice President Chen's operation, Chu Yuan is now not pleasing even Chen Gang. To be honest, Chu Yuan himself doesn't care about this ranking. He has already been recruited by Yunding class of Yunshao Academy, so he doesn't need to compete for the top 5 places at all. If the 6th place is replaced by any other classmate, Chu Yuan will give up the spot and give up the opportunity to others. However, the 6th place is Chen Gang, so we have to talk about it. After Chu Yuan read the list, he planned to find Lu Dongqiang. He had a good impression of this head teacher, and now that he was about to graduate, he had to say a few words of thanks. He had just walked a few steps when he met Sun Man head-on. Chu Yuan said hello. Sun Man, you did well in the exam. Sun Man smiled wryly. It's far from you, Chu Yuan, you are sure to go to Yunshao Academy, congratulations. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile and asked him, which academy are you going to go to? I decided to go to Washan College. Washan College is also very good, it is also a famous school, come on. Sun Man hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Chu Yuan said, Sun Man, do you have something to do? We are classmates, so feel free to talk. Sun Man nodded his head and said, Chu Yuan, you know my family situation. In the past 2 years, my family almost went bankrupt, so I got a golden spirit GU for me. Originally thought that with this spirit GU, I could make me stand out. However, now that the drunken GU pill was born, many people have cultivated the purple jade spirit GU, and the golden GU is nothing. However, my family's expectations for me are too high, and they have tried every means to get together a batch of materials for refining drunken GU pill. Chu Yuan immediately understood what he meant. Sun Man's family conditions are very average, and he will be trained at all costs. First, he gritted his teeth and got him a golden spirit GU, and now he gritted his teeth to collect the materials for refining drunken GU pills. Tisk tisk. The determination of this family is really great. Sun Man is a nice person, hardworking and honest, and Chu Yuan is willing to help him. He asked, your family didn't find an alchemist who can refine drunken GU pills, did you? Sun Man nodded embarrassingly, yes. I didn't want to trouble you, but among the people I know, you are the only one who can help me. Chu Yuan said with a smile, we are classmates. If you don't ask me for help, you will look down on me. All right, you can give me the materials later, and I will help you. Sun Man was so excited that he almost shed tears. He said repeatedly, Chu Yuan, thank you so much. Hee, you're welcome, I'll send the materials to teacher's apartment number 41, I've been there for the past few days. Good. After separating from Sun Man, Chu Shu went to Lu Dongqiang. In the end, someone stopped him again, student Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan turned around and saw that he was an old man in his 60s. Vice President Chen. Chu Yuan frowned, he didn't like this person. This Vice Principal Chen used to have a good reputation, but recently, he has used his power to suppress other students and create opportunities for his grandson. Is this a principal's business? Chu Yuan nodded coldly. Vice President Chen, do you have anything to do with me? With a gentle smile, Vice President Chen said, Student Chu Yuan, congratulations, you did well in the exam. Chu Yuan nodded, but did not answer. Vice President Chen seemed a little embarrassed, and then said, Student Chu Yuan, your master is Guo Zongxi, with his status in the alchemy world and your talent in alchemy, as long as Guo Zongxi says hello to Yunxiao Academy, you can be directly recruited into the school, which is a very simple matter for you. Chu Yuan immediately understood the purpose of Vice President Chen's visit. I was specially recruited, so I don't need to take up 5 places in the school, right? In that case, your grandson, Chen Gang, will be able to step up and enter Yunxiao Academy, right? Hehe. I have a quota for special recruitment, and it is from Yunding class, and I even got the admission notice. However, I just don't want to let you re. He immediately said righteously. Vice President Chen, the school has always taught me that I should be an upright person and use my true ability to get what I want. As the vice principal of the school, you should understand this truth. I, Chu Yuan, could be admitted to Yunxiao Academy by my own ability. Why did I open that back door? Ahem. Vice Principal Chen was even more embarrassed. He coughed in disguise and said, that's what I said, but you have to think about other students. There are only 5 places in Yunxiao College. If you take up one less, you will leave a chance for other students. After all, this is something related to the future of others. Chu Yuan shook his head. I only understand one truth, what's mine is mine, and no one can take it away. Vice Principal Chen saw that Chu Yuan was not allowed in, so he could only open the skylight and say something blunt. Student Chu Yuan, to tell you the truth, my grandson Chen Gang is the 6th. If I can let him enter Yunxiao Academy, I am willing to pay some price. You should have heard that after you go to college, you need to consume a lot of resources. I heard that your family conditions are not very good, it must be very difficult to provide for you to go to college. How about this, I donate a batch of resources to you, and you give up the quota to Chen Gang. Anyway, you have mastered Guo's way, you can definitely go to Yunxiao Academy, and you can get an extra amount of cultivation resources, why not do it? Chu Yuan hehe. Am I, Chu Yuan, a person who lacks resources? Without even thinking about it, he immediately shook his head and refused, then turned around and left. Vice Principal Chen made a flash and stopped in front of him again. Chu Yuan's face turned cold. Vice President Chen, I disagree, do you dare to use force? Vice President Chen quickly waved his hand. Chu Yuan, don't get me wrong, you can put forward any conditions, let's discuss it carefully. Chen Gang's parents died in an accident shortly after giving birth to Chen Gang. My old man devoted his whole life to training Chen Gang. You should take pity on me as an old man and give Chen Gang a chance, okay? Chu Yuan snorted. If you want to give Chen Gang a chance, do you want to take away other people's chances? If I were an ordinary person, and you denied the opportunity to enter the GU God Tower, wouldn't I be like Sun Man, who could only go to a lower class school? Have you ever given Sun Man a chance? Isn't it pitiful that the family is doing everything they can to raise a child? Chu Yuan still wanted to refuse, but Vice President Chen begged, Chu Yuan, if you don't agree, I'll kneel down here for you. As he spoke, he bent his legs and actually wanted to kneel down. Chu Yuan subconsciously supported him. This old man, this is too hard. You are a dignified vice principal, you want to kneel down to a student in the school, in public. Where's your face? Even if you were shameless. I want more. I was seen kneeling down to me as an old man, and I still don't know what to say. He didn't dare to make Vice President Chen kneel down, and he supported him vigorously and said, stand up first, stand up. If you dare to kneel down, I'll turn around and leave immediately, and we won't talk about the rest of the matter. Okay, I don't kneel, let's talk about it. Chu Yuan sighed helplessly. Forget it, Vice President Chen, to tell you the truth, you recently used your power to suppress other students and prevent them from entering the GU God Tower, which makes me look down on you. Why can you oppress other people's children if your children want to go to a good university? Vice Principal Chen nodded quickly. Yes, I did something wrong. For Chen Gang, I even risked my old face. Alas, I won't be able to protect the evening. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. You want me to give up the quota to Chen Gang for nothing? That's impossible. Because I am also a student who was suppressed by you, I feel very upset. If you are willing to bleed, promise me a request, I will give up the spot to Chen Gang. Vice Principal Chen nodded again and again. Okay. Chu Yuan, if you have the conditions, just mention it. Chu Yuan nodded. I heard that you have a silkworm GU, I just need it. You give me this spirit GU, of course, I don't want you for nothing, lest you say I blackmailed you. I won't let you suffer, exchange a purple jade spirit GU with you, what do you think? Celestial Silkworm GU. Vice President Chen immediately hesitated. Heavenly Silkworm GU is a very rare spiritual GU. This is a spiritual GU passed down from generation to generation in his family, and it has been passed down for several generations. But he only hesitated for a moment, feeling that compared with his grandson's future, a Skyworm GU is more important to his grandson. After all, the Silkworm GU has only one function, which is to restore all injuries, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still one breath, the Silkworm GU can save people from life. Although this ability is powerful, it is too single. The Chen family has used this spirit GU 2 or 3 times for several generations. If you use it in exchange for the opportunity for your grandson to go to Yunshao Academy, so that he can make a fortune from now on, it will be worth it. What's more, Chu Yuan promised to use a purple jade spirit GU in exchange. His heavenly silkworm GU is only of gold quality. Vice Principal Chen thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, Chu Yuan, I'll go back and separate the silkworm GU, and send it to you." Chu Yuan nodded. Send it to apartment building number 41, no waiting after the expiration date. After Vice President Chen left, Chu Yuan couldn't help wiping off his sweat. He felt that the older generation went to school for their children, so they really worked hard. You can lose face, as long as your child can go to a good university. Half an hour later, Chu Yuan came out after visiting Lu Dongqiang, and returned to Old Man Guo's small building. Not long after, Vice President Chen really sent the heavenly silkworm GU. Chu Yuan didn't break his promise, and separated a jade beetle spirit GU of purple jade quality from his body and gave it to him. This is the wild spirit GU he caught in his GU God Tower world some time ago, and Chu Yuan used the drunken GU pill to forcefully feed it into a purple jade spirit GU. This spirit GU is not bad, and its defense is very strong, but it is not as good as the jewel beetle. It is not very useful to Chu Yuan, so I just gave it to Vice President Chen. Unexpectedly, after receiving the beetle, Vice President Chen repeatedly expressed his thanks. He spent a lot of effort and lost a lot of favors before he asked someone to refine a batch of drunken GU pills, and then cultivated an aggressive purple jade spirit GU for Chen Gang. Now with this jade beetle, Chen Gang's spirit GU is 1 attack and 1 defense, all of purple jade quality. Even if he arrived at Yunshao College, with these 2 purple jade spirit GU, Chen Gang would be able to walk more smoothly. Outside the gate of Scorpio number 1 middle school, Chu Genichi got out of the car. "Son, you have to take care of yourself outside alone." "Understood, Mom, you have said this sentence 1,000 times, I don't need you to worry about me at this age, you have to take care of yourself." "Son, don't cause trouble outside. Bear with it first when others provoke you, and then him after you have developed your skills." "Understood, Dad, we are not troublemakers." Chu Yuan and his parents hugged each other, then turned and walked into Scorpio number 1 middle school. Behind him, Su Li cried into tears. Today is the day when Chu Yuan and the others set off for Cloud City. In the era of GU Masters, there was no such thing as a summer vacation after the college entrance examination, and students had to go on the road immediately, rushing to the college they were admitted to. Every year before and after the college entrance examination, the Devil GU sect will come out to stir up trouble. News often spread that teams heading to major colleges and universities were attacked by the Demon GU sect, and many students were taken away. In addition to the Devil GU cult, wild beasts and wild spirit GU are also very difficult to deal with. Therefore, Yunshao Academy sent 2 teachers to welcome the new students from Scorpio City. After Chu Yuan arrived at the meeting point, after waiting for a while, Feng Qinlin, Huang Yuding 16, Ma Long, Lu Lei, and Chen Gang all arrived one after another. The 5 of them, plus Chu Yuan who was specially recruited, Yunshao Academy recruited a total of 6 from Scorpio City this year. Chu Yuan was already familiar with Feng Qinlin, Ma Long, and Huang Yuding, so he chatted with them. Not long after, Master Ku Rong brought 2 people over. One of the 2 looked to be in their 60s, while the other was very young. They are the teachers sent by Yunshao Academy to protect the safety of Chu Yuan and 6 people on the road. Master Kurong took a look at everyone and said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off now." After he finished speaking, he kicked his feet on the ground, and suddenly a big earthworm thicker than a water tank drilled out from the ground. It opened its mouth, and there was a huge suction force. Before Chu Yuan could react, he was sucked into the stomach by the big earthworm together with others. After spinning around for a while, for about 10 seconds, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was spit out again. In front of him is no longer in Scorpio number 1 high school, nor Scorpio City, but in the wilderness. He looked back, and saw that the big earthworm was rapidly shrinking, and was put away by Master Kurong. This big earthworm is Master Kurong's Earth Dragon Gu Beast. Chu Yuan had heard of this Gu Beast a long time ago. It evolved from a 7th level spirit Gu. Some time ago, a space channel appeared in Scorpio City, and a large number of giant sandworms invaded. This Earth Dragon didn't even show its face, but just hid underground, so that all the giant sandworms dared not burrow into the ground. Just now, the Earth Dragon led everyone, and it only took more than 10 seconds to send everyone from Scorpio City to the outside of the city. It can be seen that this Earth Dragon is really powerful. Master Kurong took the Earth Dragon away, and said, "This is already 300 miles outside the city of Scorpio. If there are spies from the Demon Gu sect in the city, they will not be able to figure out which way you have gone. I will send you here, and I will trouble you, Master Yuan, for the rest of the way." Master Yuan is one of the 2 teachers sent by Yunshao College to welcome the freshmen. He is the older one. He smiled and nodded. "Master Kurong, please rest assured, Teacher Xiaofeng and I will protect these students well." Xiaofeng was the young one, and he said arrogantly, "With me, Xiaofeng, there is nothing to be afraid of the monsters of the Demon Gu sect. I heard that Dugu Meng appeared in Scorpio City some time ago. HMPH, I wonder if she will dare to come this time. If she dares to show up, I will let her come and go." Chu Yuan glanced at the teacher named Xiaofeng. "Hey, this guy looks young, but he has a big voice. You are so awesome, why aren't you called a master?" Among GU masters, only GU masters who have reached the 7th level are qualified to be called masters. For example, Master Kurong, and this Master Yuan in front of him. Dugu Meng is also a 7th level GU master. If she is a righteous person, she will also get the title of a master. She is the one who can escape from the siege of Master Kurong and Scorpio City Lord. This Xiaofeng said that Dugu Meng would come and go, and he spoke so loudly, isn't he afraid that the wind will flash his tongue? Master Kurong also glanced at Xiaofeng, but ignored him. He sent a voice transmission to Master Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, what is the origin of this Xiaofeng? I feel that he is a little unstable. Why did the academy send such a person to pick up the students?" Master Yuan smiled wryly, and said in the same voice transmission, "Related households, who have accepted the mission of the academy and come out to earn points. Brother Kurong, don't worry, I will take good care of him and protect the students. Besides, we only need to go a short distance, join teams from other cities." Master Kurong thought for a while, and said, "I am a little worried. Last year, Junhai City was careless, and more than a dozen students were snatched away by the Demon Gu sect. In my opinion, I should follow you quietly. Gu Zhao, let's join forces and give him a hard time." Master Kurong is willing to protect secretly, so of course Master Yuan can't wait for it. He is not like a brat like Xiaofeng who doesn't know the horror of the Demon Gu sect. His task is to send the students to school safely, and with one more expert willing to accompany him, he will be more confident in completing the task. Master Kurong and Master Yuan exchanged a few more words, and then said to the others, "You guys, study hard after you go out, and don't mess with the people who opened Scorpion City." Chu Yuan and others hurriedly bowed. "Yes, Master Kurong." Master Kurong chopped off his foot and disappeared in an instant. Master Yuan turned around and said to Chu Yuan and the others, "You release the spirit Gu, let's use the spirit Gu to drive on the road, follow the arrangement of me and teacher Xiaofeng along the way, don't leave our sight, okay, let's go." Chu Yuan used to travel with stag beetles, but before leaving home, he separated the stag beetles and secretly kept them at home, giving them to his father Chu Shang. The stag beetle is known as a heavy tank, domineering and mighty, very suitable for people who led troops. Chu Shang will be the Minister of Public Security in the future, and Chu Yuan, as a son, must give his father a gift. Anyway, he has too many spiritual gus, he just worries that he won't be able to use them up, so it doesn't matter if he gives the stag beetle to dad. At this time, Chu Yuan released a scarab spirit Jiyu, which was used as a mount. A few days ago, he participated in the Jiyu Master Exchange meeting held by Ma's Trading Company. When he met this beetle, he bought it because he saw how beautiful it was. This beetle is only of gold quality, so it is not too eye-catching to use it at this time. Feng Qinlin rode a dusty Tuyuan. Huang Yuding was riding a black scorpion. Ma Long rides a unicorn. Lu Lei rides a leaping frog, which can be more than 10 meters away in one jump. Chen Gang is riding a big cricket. Teacher Xiao Feng of Yunxiao College rode a King Kong ant and opened the way from the front. Vajra ant is also a very rare spirit Gu. It feeds on metal, has copper skin and iron bones, and is extremely powerful. Master Yuan released a butterfly, sat on the butterfly, and followed the team leisurely. A group of people went through the mountains and forests in the direction of Yunxiao City. Since humans entered the age of Gu Masters, there have been no human settlements like villages and towns on Blue Planet. Because once the space channel appears, villages and towns will not be able to resist the invading monsters at all, so all human beings today live in cities. Therefore, when Chu Yuan's team walked in the wilderness, they would not meet other humans under normal circumstances. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts. Some of these fierce beasts evolved from the native animals of Blue Star, and most of them came from other worlds through space passages. Every human city shoulders the task of being a channel to another world under the blue sky. Once you find a space channel, you will go to hunt the invading monsters as soon as possible. It's good that it's close to the city, just like last time in Scorpio City, not a single monster ran out. But if the passage appeared in the wilderness, by the time humans rushed there, those monsters who crossed the border would have no idea where to go. These monsters from other worlds have made their homes on the Blue Star, making the wilderness of the Blue Star very dangerous today. The three major organizations, Gu Masters Association, City Alliance, and Academy Alliance, often release some hunting missions for Gu Masters to hunt and kill these monsters. Once the monsters in a certain place have formed a scale, a large number of people will be organized to exterminate them. Under the leadership of Master Yuan, Chu Genichi's pedestrians came out at night and in the daytime, rushing towards the destination. One night 3 days later, Chu Yuan and others were sleeping in the tent when they were suddenly woken up by Master Yuan. When they stepped out of the tent, they were startled immediately. I saw countless green eyes staring at this side, and they were surrounded by monsters. Master Yuan, Teacher Xiao, what should we do? Huang Yuding was the only girl, she asked with some fear. Xiao Feng said indifferently, Master Yuan, you are a 7th level Gu Master, and the highest level of beasts here is only 6th level, let's work together, don't be afraid of them. Master Yuan shook his head. It is possible to fight, but if we fight with all our strength, Senior Gu Masters hundreds of miles away from Fang Yuan will be able to detect it. If someone from the demon Gu cult is nearby, it will cause even bigger troubles. You hold back your breath, I will hide you with my magic spirit. After I lure these ferocious beasts away, you take the opportunity to escape, and then I will rush to join you. Xiao Feng, after I leave, the team will be handed over to you, make sure to protect their safety. Although Xiao Feng was reluctant, the leader of this team was Master Yuan, and he could only carry out orders. Master Yuan acted immediately, using illusion to hide everyone's figures. Then he killed into the group of ferocious beasts alone, and quickly left the place with the ferocious beasts. Not long after, Master Yuan sent the news that he had led away the herd of beasts and told everyone to flee quickly. Xiao Feng took Chu Yuan and the others, drove for half a day, and stationed on a hill far away, waiting for Master Yuan to meet up. Roar! Not long after they were stationed, they heard a majestic roar from a distance. This is the roar of a large beast. Chu Yuan and others immediately bent down and found a place to hide for Fang Yin. Xiao Feng went to the top of the mountain to observe for a while, and said, You don't have to worry, there is a river ahead, and there is a water lion beast by the river, it is only a 5th level beast. Chu Yuan complained in his heart, it's just a level 5 beast. But you, Xiao Feng, are only a level 5 GU master. Xiao Feng said again. Once the water lion reaches the 5th level, a water-repelling bead will be conceived in its body. This is a treasure. Master Yuan does not know when it will arrive. Anyway, I am idle, I will take this water lung the beast killed. Chu Yuan was shocked, and the wilderness was full of dangers. It was too late to dodge the ominous beast. This Xiao Feng actually took the initiative to provoke it. Master Yuan is not here, what if trouble is caused? He and Feng Qinlin spoke out to dissuade him, but Xiao Feng didn't even listen to Master Yuan very much. How could he listen to a few students? With a wave of Xiao Feng's hand, he released 2 spirit gusts, controlled them, and quietly approached the water lion beast. Chu Yuan had no choice but to lie on the hillside with Feng Qinlin and the others to watch the battle between Xiao Feng's spirit GU and the water lion beast. The water lion beast looks like a lion in appearance, but the fur on its body has become scales, and it lives in water most of the time. This water lion beast was lying on the bank of the river basking in the sun, and did not notice any danger approaching. The spirit GU released by Xiao Feng has a green bamboo leaf green snake on one end, swimming in the grass. It is difficult to be found. The other end is the black widow spider, which is more eye-catching and follows Zhu Yeqing far away so as not to be exposed. After the bamboo leaf green snake entered the attack range, it immediately launched a real attack. It instantly entered the combat state, turned into a giant snake more than 10 meters long, opened its fangs and bit the water lion beast. At the same time, the black widow spider also entered the battle mode, joining the battlefield at a fast speed. The water lion beast was attacked suddenly, and only had time to spray out a mouthful of water light, which turned into a layer of water shield to protect it. The water shield only blocked it for a while before it was bitten by Zhu Yeqing. The water lion beast was about to escape, but the black widow spider had already arrived, spitting out a spider web, blocking the water lion beast's retreat. The 2 spirits cooperated with each other, and the water lion beast immediately fell into crisis. Lu Lei tutted his tongue and said, Mr. Xiao Feng is so powerful, this level 5 water lion beast has no power to fight back against you. Xiao Feng complacently accepted this flattery with a smile. It's just a 5th level beast, it's nothing to me. Chu Yuan couldn't help reminding him, Teacher Xiao Feng, water lions always live together with a male and a female, this one seems to be female. Xiao Feng said indifferently, I know, even if the 2 come together, I won't be afraid. See, I'll take care of the lioness first, and I'll take care of the husband later. As the saying goes, you need to slap your face in time, and you can only be handsome for 3 seconds. As if in response to this sentence, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the river, and a huge monster appeared from the river with a water column more than 10 meters high. It was the male water lion beast that came, of money. Roar. Seeing his wife being beaten, the giant beast immediately let out a roar. Even Chu Yuan and others, who were thousands of meters away, were dizzy from the shock. Level 6 beast. Chu Yuan thought it was bad. Xiao Feng, a troublemaker, actually provoked a 6th level ferocious beast. With his 5th level GU master's fighting power, he can barely protect himself in front of the 6th level water lion beast, and it is impossible to defeat it. But the problem is, he can protect himself. What should we do? Master Yuan, I hope you come here quickly. As soon as the male water lion beast appeared, it immediately sprayed out several water arrows, shooting directly at Xiao Feng's 2 spirit GU Yuan. The bamboo leaf green snake couldn't dodge it in time, and was hit by the water arrow immediately, and suffered serious injuries immediately. The black widow spider is good at poisonous attacks, and frontal combat is not its strong point. Facing the 6th level water lion beast, it is definitely not an opponent. The 2-headed spirit GU immediately fell into crisis. Seeing that the spirit GU is no match for the water lion beast, Chu Yuan quickly suggested, Teacher Xiao, before we are noticed by the water lion beast, we should withdraw quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave after they have dealt with the spirit GU. Xiao Feng didn't even think about it, he flatly refused. No, I have put a lot of effort into cultivating these 2 spirit GU, although they are not natal GU, they are also very valuable and cannot be lost here. Nima, in the end, spirit GU is more important, or human life is more important. You won't be able to beat it at that time, You are a 5th level GU master, if you have a way to escape, what will we do? The other 5 people also thought of this question, and their faces suddenly became ugly. Feng Qinlin also persuaded. Mr. Xiao, let your spirit GU hold back the water lion beast. Let's retreat first. If these 2 spirit GU are lost, at worst we will pay you. I am from the Feng family of Scorpio City. Ma Long it's the young owner of Ma's firm, Huang Yuding is the granddaughter of Scorpio City Lord, and Chu Yuan is the only disciple of Grandmaster Guo Yunyang. We can still afford to accompany you with 2 spirits. Feng Qinlin was afraid that Xiaofeng would lose his temper and was unwilling to retreat, so he brought out all his backgrounds. 660 No matter how good you are, Xiaofeng, we are not bad, if we are killed here, you will not be able to please. Xiaofeng's face changed, and he also knew that if these students died, he would definitely be in big trouble. However, the situation in front of him was caused by himself. Even if his spirit GU died, how could he have the face to ask others to pay for it? Moreover, if it is withdrawn in such a disheartened manner, it will lose face if it spreads to the school in the future. Now that the situation is critical, Xiaofeng still thinks about his own face. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll take care of just 2 water lions." He suddenly patted a leather bag on his waist, and a stone jumped out of it. The stone rolled on the ground, grew bigger and bigger, and suddenly jumped up. It was only then that Chu Yuan realized that this was not a stone, it was actually a big bullfrog with a skin like a stone. Boulder bullfrog. This is a boulder bullfrog spirit GU. Xiaofeng bowed to the bullfrog, and said respectfully, "Frog Venerable, please take a shot at the 2 water lions in front." Chu Yuan was very surprised. Xiaofeng was so proud that he bowed to a bullfrog, it was incredible. The bullfrog gave Xiaofeng a very humane look, kicked its hind legs, and jumped towards the water lion. The bullfrog was only 1 meter in size at the beginning, but when it jumped into the air, it was already 20 or 30 meters in size, pressing down on the water lion beast like a hill. Sensing the crisis, the 2 water lion beasts suddenly stopped chasing the bamboo leaf green snake and black widow spider, turned around and fled into the water. Reckless. The life-shattering cry came from the mouth of the raw frog. Like a thunderbolt on a dry land, a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shaking the whole field. Chu Yuan and the others felt that their eardrums were about to burst, they were dizzy, their heads were buzzing, and they couldn't hear anything. GU Beast. This boulder bullfrog turned out to be a void beast level spirit GU. No wonder Xiaofeng respected it so much. GU was once evolved from a 7th level spirit GU, and already has a lot of wisdom. Obviously, this bullfrog GU beast was raised by Xiaofeng's elders and lent it to Xiaofeng for self-defense. No wonder this guy has always been so arrogant that he doesn't even pay attention to other 7th level GU masters. It turned out to be a GU beast with him. The call of the bullfrog GU beast came together, and the sound spread far away. Master Yuan's expression changed when he was hundreds of miles away. Xiaofeng, this boy, he didn't succeed enough, but failed. I told him not to release the GU beast casually, but he still released it. Standing beside Master Yuan is Master Kurong. Master Kurong BGEG cared more about the students in Scorpio City. He urged, "Hurry up and see what happened, even the GU beasts have been released, students must not have any accidents." Master Yuan nodded. "What about you? Are you going to follow us?" Master Kurong sighed. "It's okay if you don't go, the bullfrog makes such a big noise, as long as there are people from the demon GU cult nearby, they will definitely be attracted to it." "Okay, Brother Kurong, I'll take a step first. I have to admit that the bullfrog GU beast is really awesome." The 5th level female water lion beast was shocked by its cry, and immediately seemed to be frightened, and did not dare to move. The 6th level male water lion beast, after all, is 1 level higher. It leapt desperately, plunged into the water, and disappeared after hitting the waves. The bullfrog fell heavily, and immediately crushed the female water lion into a pulp. Xiaofeng's face turned pale. His Zhu Yiqing snake spirit GU was wounded by the water lion beast, and he couldn't escape, and was also killed by the bullfrog sitting on his ass. The bullfrog GU beast was not polite, it devoured the water lion beast in big mouthfuls, and even ate the corpse of Xiaofeng's bamboo leaf green snake. Xiaofeng didn't even dare to collect his spirit goose corpse, let alone avoid water drops. This bullfrog GU beast is his grandfather's spirit GU, he borrowed it to defend himself, he can barely command it, but he can't control it. GU beasts don't have a good temper, and the owner of the bullfrog GU beast is not around, so no one can control it. If it gets annoyed, even Xiaofeng will eat it. Xiaofeng hastily withdrew the Black Widow spirit GU, lest the bullfrog would not be full and aided by the way. After a while, the bullfrog GU beast was full, and its body gradually shrank. Xiaofeng hurriedly stepped forward to open the leather bag. The bullfrog GU beast seemed to be in a good mood, and automatically jumped into the purse. Xiaofeng hastily fastened the leather bag, and he let out a sigh of relief. When he turned around, Xiaofeng changed his proud expression again, and said to Chu Yuan and the others, "See, with me here, what is a mere 6th-level beast?" Lu Lei and Chen Gang rushed forward to flatter them. Chu Yuan said in his heart, "I bought a watch last year. I almost broke my eardrums. I will stew your big toad sooner or later." When Master Yuan caught up with everyone, he learned that Xiaofeng took the initiative to provoke the water lion beast, and because of this he released the bullfrog GU beast. He almost exploded in anger. Nima, Lao Su worked so hard and risked to lure away the group of beasts, just because he was afraid that his whereabouts would be revealed in a fight. In the end, you are fine, you have nothing to worry about. In case people found out by the demonic GU sect, I'm afraid there will be even bigger troubles in the future. But he really has nothing to do with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's grandfather is at the level of the vice president of Yunshao Academy. He can only blame himself for being unlucky, being assigned a task with Xiaofeng by the academy. Chapter 111. Advertisement. Whoosh. A black shadow ran swiftly in the dense forest like a cheetah. This is a young woman with a graceful figure and a beautiful face. The ground in front suddenly collapsed, and a lizard spirit GU drilled out of the ground, opened its mouth and spit out a long tongue towards her. The woman was in midair, but she suddenly made a 90-degree sharp turn, avoided the lizard's tongue, and continued running to the left. Suddenly, a white spider web suddenly appeared in front of her. The woman had no time to dodge this time, and plunged headfirst into the spider's web. "Ha ha ha, demon girl of the demonic GU sect, let's see where you are going." A pair of GU masters in standard clothes chased up from behind. The woman bound by the spider web sneered, her body shrank suddenly, and turned into a butterfly. The expression of the GU master who was chasing up changed. "Oops, Yuanyuanwen. Let this witch go away again." At this time, a few kilometers away, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the woman who had been hunted down before. She glanced back and immediately ran into the distance. However, she stopped just after running more than 100 meters. Because in front of her stood a young man in a white suit. The young man said with a playful smile, "Yi Wei, you are really capable today. I have dispatched 30 of my men but I can't catch you, I have to do it myself." A trace of despair flashed in the woman's eyes. The man in front of her looked very young, but he was actually over 100 years old. He was a 7th-level GU master, 2 levels higher than herself. In the face of absolute power, all tricks and rhetoric are useless. Yi Wei knew that she couldn't escape. Advertisement. Can't escape. Then work hard. Yi Wei's face was determined, the blood in her body boiled instantly, and a blood-red snake GU appeared in front of her. Blood snake, combine. Following Yi Wei's low shout, she and the snake GU instantly merged into one, turning into a 10-meter-long boa constrictor, which devoured the man in the suit. The man laughed lowly. "Ah, Yi Wei, you joined the demon GU sect, did you only learn this little skill? That's too disappointing to me." Seeing the giant python bite, he didn't even try to avoid it. However, the moment the giant python bit him, his body suddenly shattered like a bubble, and then disappeared. At the same moment, the man appeared behind the blood-colored python, and he just flicked it with his fingers, and it landed on the giant python. Then the blood-colored python trembled as if it had been electrocuted. The body of the giant python shrinks and shrinks, and finally splits into two. One becomes the woman named Yi Wei before, and the other becomes a little bloody snake. Cough cough cough. Yi Wei coughed violently. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and said with hatred, "Wang Liangxing, you, back then our Yi family adopted you and sponsored you to go to Yunshao Academy. When my Yi family was framed for collusion with the demon GU sect, you actually got into trouble and personally arrested my big brother and handed it over to the GU Master Association, you ungrateful villain. Tisk tisk. Wang Liangxing squatted down in front of her and lifted Yi Wei's chin with his hands. Yi Wei, don't be so fierce. Back then, you followed behind my ass, Xing Big Brother called me. Pooh. Yi Wei spat a mouthful of blood onto Wang Liangxing's face. Wang Liangxing wiped off the blood on his face turned cold, and he said to Yi Wei who was lying on the ground, Yi Wei, you know that if I hand you over to the GU Master Association, your life will be worse than death. I can give you a chance, let me plant love GU for you, and help me catch Dugu Meng, so that I can not only spare you from death, but also arrange a new identity for you, so that you can start a new life. You how about it? Yi Wei snorted, and said, Wang Liangxing, even if I die, I will not cooperate with you, let alone betray Sister Meng. Wang Liangxing smiled sinisterly. Yi Wei, I didn't expect you to join the Demon GU sect, and you are still so naive. You will know how happy it is to be able to die in my hands. Advertisement. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger to pick Yi Wei's clothes. Wang Liangxing, you, don't touch me. Hey, Yi Wei, I really like the way you look desperate. The more desperate you are, the happier I am. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Back then, your family was wiped out by the GU Master Association because I forged the fact that your family colluded with the Demon GU sect evidence. Wang Liangxing, you must die. Oh, there is one more thing. Back then, your sister died at my hands. Before she died, she was still in love with me crazily. Yi Wei, now, just like your sister, come and love me too. Wang Liangxing, even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. A ghost, tisk tisk, it's hard for you to be a ghost if it falls into my Wang Liangxing's hands. Tear, Yi Wei's clothes were ripped open. Wang Liangxing was about to show his animal nature. Ru Ran felt 10 murderous auras coming. He didn't even think about it, the whole person disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in a place more than 10 meters away in an instant. Wang Liangxing's face was very ugly. He stretched out his hand and pinched a small red beetle from his thigh, and immediately pinched it to death with his fingers. There were bursts of itching on his legs, and he knew that he had been poisoned. Wang Liangxing didn't care, he had advanced detoxification spirit GU in his body, so he wasn't afraid of poison at all. Whoever sneaked up on me, get the hell out of here. Giggle. A woman's coquettish laughter came from the dense forest, and then a girl in a blood-red dress came out. Wang Liangxing's eyes narrowed. Dugu Meng. Yes, the person who came was Dugu Meng. She giggled and said, Wang Liangxing, didn't you mention me just now? Now, I'm here. Yi Wei's eyes lit up while lying on the ground, and she said excitedly, Sister Meng. Advertisement. Dugu Meng glanced at her. I'm sorry, Xiaowei, I'm a step late. Now, I'll kill Wang Liangxing first, and then I'll heal you. Ha ha ha. Wang Liangxing laughed wildly. Dugu Meng, you are dreaming. You want to kill me. Now I am also a 7th level GU master, even if I am not your opponent, you want to kill me, it is impossible. Moreover, there are dozens of my subordinates at the foot of the mountain, and they will come over in no time. Dugu Meng smiled and said, Ah, your subordinates. I'm afraid they won't be able to come, it's because I solved them that I was one step late, otherwise, Xiaowei wouldn't suffer from you. Moreover, the little beetle that bit you just now is the black demon GU of our demon GU sect, you will know how poisonous it is, and you will not be disappointed. Wang Liangxing's complexion changed, and he suddenly shouted, in that case, Dugu Meng, let's die together. As he spoke, he released a toad spirit GU. As soon as the toad appeared, it opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of thick fog. The thick fog spread rapidly, covering an area tens of meters away from Feng Yuan in a blink of an eye. Dugu Meng immediately protected Yi Wei, and used Spirit GU to release a gust of wind to disperse the smoke. But saw that Wang Liangxing had long since disappeared. Dugu Meng scolded disdainfully. It's still such a pustule, it jumped so quickly. Yi Wei said anxiously, Sister Meng, hurry up and kill Wang Liangxing. Our Yi family is ruined and we are all framed by him. Dugu Meng said, I will kill him later, I have to take you to escape first. I was just trying to scare Wang Liangxing, and there are 3 masters from the GU Master Association chasing me, and I will be here soon. As she spoke, she bent down and picked up Yi Wei, jumped onto a spirit GU, and ran away. They walked and said, Xiao Wei, why did you get out of the Black Demon Sea? Fortunately, I am nearby, and I rushed over immediately after receiving your message for help, otherwise I would not be able to save you. Sister Meng, I got the news that the Guardian Right is going to deal with you, so I came here to report to you, but I didn't know that I met Wang Liangxing on the road. I couldn't control the killing intent for a while, and he sensed 3. The Right Protector, I was hunted down by him when I was injured some time ago. Now that I'm healed, I'm going to seek revenge from him. Where did that guy go? Do you know? I heard from our spies that a few gifted students from Scorpio City were exposed on the way to Yunxiao City, and the Right Guardian happened to be not far away, so he personally went to arrest them. What? A student from Scorpio City? Xiao Wei, you take this elixir, and then go back to the Black Demon Sea immediately. I have to do something. Advertisement. The sky is blue and the sun is shining. The weather is amazing. But in the mountains and plains, there is a mass of dark clouds with murderous aura, covering the earth. Xiao Feng, take the students to escape first, and I will stay and defend for a while. Master Yuan looked at the dark clouds that had caught up, gritted his teeth and turned around, releasing Spirit GU to fight. Soon, he was submerged in the dark clouds all over the sky. These dark clouds are actually composed of countless locusts. Once these locusts pass over the ground, no matter whether they are animals or plants, it is impossible to survive. It can be called locusts crossing the border, no grass can grow. Things have to start 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Xiao Feng provoked the water lion beast, but in the end he was no match, so he had to release the frog GU beast to fight. The movement made by the bullfrog GU beast is so loud that it can be felt hundreds of miles away. After Master Yuan caught up, he immediately led everyone on the road at full speed. Unexpectedly, they were still targeted by the people of the Demon GU cult. In the beginning, it was only some young people who came out to interfere, and they were killed by Master Yuan, 447. Unexpectedly, an hour ago, locusts all over the sky, like a dark cloud pressing down in the sky, attacked Chu Yuan and others. Fortunately, Master Yuan saw the opportunity early and used Spirit GU to lead Chu Yuan and others to escape. As a result, he had just escaped for more than 100 miles, and was chased here again. At this moment, Master Yuan asked Xiao Feng to lead the students to flee first, while he himself stayed behind to block the army of locusts. Chu Yuan didn't know the origin of these locusts, but Master Yuan knew it very well. These locusts are the famous devil locust GU. The master of the demonic locust GU is the right protector of the demonic GU sect, Suiluo district. Advertisement. Luo Xiao is a real lunatic. He uses the magic locust GU as his natal GU, and even uses his own body to refine the GU, training himself and the magic locust GU as one. In other words, these magic locust GU are Luo Xiao, and Luo Xiao is also magic locust GU. The devil locust GU has only one head, but as long as it has something to eat, it can reproduce quickly. Now this group of devil locust GU is overwhelming. There are at least 100,000 heads, and they are all spiritual GU clones bred from Luo Xiao's natal GU. Of the 100,000 devil locust GU clones, as long as one of them survives, Luo Zhe will be immortal. Luo Xiao has a great reputation for being fierce, and he once slaughtered a city by himself. Master Yuan is not Luo Xiao's opponent. The reason why he dared to stay and stop the locust army is because he has Master Ku Rong as his helper behind him. He teamed up with Ku Rong, and even if he couldn't kill Luo Xiao, he could repel him. Master Yuan felt that the pressure was getting bigger and bigger, and immediately sent a voice transmission. Brother Ku Rong, when will you make a move? I am not Luo Xiao's opponent. Master Ku Rong's voice came from his mind. Brother Yuan, hold on for a while, I'll set up a formation underground and trap Luo Xiao in a while, even if we can't beat him. You can also evacuate at any time. Master Yuan had no choice but to cheer up and use all means to resist the impact of locusts in the sky. After a while, he urged again, Brother Ku Rong, are you all right? I can't hold it anymore. Ku Rong replied, it's almost ready. Ah, no, the students are in danger. Brother Yuan, hold on for a while, I'll go save them. Sensing Ku Rong's departure, Master Yuan wanted to cry without tears. Nima, who are they all? Xiao Feng is a who does not accomplish much but reveals nothing. He provoked the people of the Demon Gu sect. So is Master Kurong, who only cares about the safety of his students. But me, who cares about me? I am fighting against Luo Xiao's army of locusts alone. Talk to the other side. Chu Yuan and others fled all the way with Xiao Feng, but were soon stopped by people from the Demon Gu sect. This is a group of men in black wearing skull masks. They are all Luo Xiao's subordinates. Advertisement. Xiao Feng immediately released a few spirit Gu to fight the men in black. Chu Yuan and the other 6 also released their spirit Gu, and retreated behind Xiao Feng, forming a formation to protect themselves. Xiao Feng fought against the crowd with one, and he did not fall behind. He laughed triumphantly. Is this the only way for the monsters of the Demon Gu sect? Are you too disappointed with Grandpa? Among the crowd of Demon Gu cults, a man in black said in a deep voice, Master Black Wolf, please take action against this person. Suddenly, a big centipede more than 10 meters long broke out of the ground, like a giant dragon, and rushed towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face changed. This centipede turned out to be a level 6 spirit Gu. He didn't dare to take it hard. He kicked his feet on the ground. The person disappeared from the spot, and appeared 10 meters away in an instant. He dodged, but he also distanced himself from Chu Yuan and the others. Xiao Feng was about to rush back to join Chu Yuan and the others when a man in black with a wolf head mask appeared in front of him. Quack, you are mine. Xiao Feng snorted coldly. Xi and Jiren fought together. Without Xiao Feng's protection, Chu Yuan and others immediately fell into crisis. The man in black approached, and the leader quacked and laughed strangely. Boys, immediately accept the spirit Gu and surrender. Follow us to the holy cult. As long as you join us, you will get delicious food and spicy food. If you dare to resist, I will let you regret coming to this world. What responded to this person was the attack of several spirit Gus. Feng Qinline and Ma Long drove a spirit Gu at the same time, and killed the man in black. At the same time, Huang Yuding's 4-winged flying scorpion also jumped down from the air. Chu Yuan's shadow knife beetle also attacked suddenly, killing the man in black in a panic. It's a pity that the level gap between the two sides is too large, and the spirit Gu of Chu Yuan and the others didn't make any contribution. The leader of the man in black backed away a little, and snorted coldly, I don't know good from bad. When I catch you, I will let you taste the brain-eating heartworm of our holy religion. He waved his hand. Catch them. Immediately, 5 or 6 men in black surrounded them. The 6 Chu Yuan are all students who have just finished the college entrance examination. Except for Chu Yuan, who is the peak of the 3rd level, Feng Qinline, Ma Long, and Huang Yuding have just broken into the 3rd level, and Lu Lei and Chen Gang are still in the late 2nd level. Advertisement. As for the people of the Devil Gu sect, the lowest level is also a 4th level Gu master. Level 3 and Level 4, although the level difference is only 1 level, there is a huge gap in actual combat effectiveness. Therefore, at the moment of fighting, Chu Yuan and the 6 fell into the disadvantage. While facing the enemy, Chu Genichi looked towards Xiao Feng, hoping to get help. Xiao Feng is displaying his supernatural power, suppressing and beating the rudder master taught by the demonic Gu. But obviously, he can't support here for the time being. Chu Yuan cursed inwardly. Xiao Feng, he used to deal with the water lion beast and release the bullfrog Gu beast before, why don't he use it now? Don't you know that Xiao Feng is suffering in his heart and can't tell? The bullfrog Gu beast is very powerful, but it is disobedient. When he left home, his grandfather told him that bullfrog Gu beast should not be used lightly, and can only be released when life is in danger. Xiao Feng didn't care about it at first. Before he released it to deal with the water lion beast, the bullfrog Gu beast really showed its power, killing one of the 2 water lion beasts and scaring the other away. But Xiao Feng's spirit Gu was also eaten by it, which made Xiao Feng feel very distressed. That is the 6th level spirit Gu that he has worked so hard to cultivate, and not long ago, he just consumed a furnace of drunken Gu pills to upgrade the quality to purple jade spirit Gu. It was eaten by bullfrogs like this, and there was no room for reasoning. Therefore, Xiao Feng didn't dare to release the bullfrog Gu beast casually. Seeing that the people of the Demon GU sect were getting tighter and tighter, Chu Yuan was hesitating whether to release a few more spirit GU. Suddenly, the men in black who were besieging Chu Yuan and the others trembled and collapsed as if they had been electrocuted. These people screamed and said, "Ah! The demon spirit GU has broken out. Which adult is it? We are wholeheartedly loyal to the holy religion, why should we be punished? My lord, please forgive me." However, the men in black's begging for mercy did not produce any effect. Their skin swelled and shrank for a while, and there seemed to be countless bugs surging in their bodies. In just a dozen seconds, these figures were sucked dry of flesh and blood, turning into mummies. Feng Qinline and the others looked at each other. They didn't know what happened to the people of the Devil's GU cult. Seeing that they couldn't hold on anymore, why did the people of the Devil's GU cult fall by themselves? Only Chu Yuan understood what happened. Because a spirit GU in his body suddenly became active. Concentric GU. Advertisement. Concentric GU. Every two heads form a pair. Sleeping on two people separately can create a wonderful spiritual connection between them. Even across thousands of mountains and rivers, one party can perceive the approximate location of the other party. If the distance is close enough, you can also talk directly. Chu Yuan's concentric GU is paired with Dugu Meng's concentric GU. There was movement in his concentric GU, which indicated that Dugu Meng had arrived here. Moreover, he heard from Dugu Meng that in the Demon GU cult, people with high status can punish those with low status through Demon Spirit GU, and even deprive them of their lives at any time. Dugu Meng is Zuo Dharma Protector, whose status in the sect is second only to the principal and deputy sect masters. There was movement in the concentric GU, and the people taught by the Demon GU died suddenly. It must be Dugu Meng. It was she who killed the people of the Demon GU cult through the Demon Spirit GU. Chu Yuan was about to contact Dugu Meng through the Tongxin GU, when he suddenly saw countless red threads rolling out from the ground, circled towards everyone. He hurriedly drove the stone-eyed lizard to avoid these red threads. Blood Nematode GU. Xiao Feng's expression changed suddenly. He didn't dare to keep his hand anymore. He patted the skin bag on his waist, and the bullfrog GU beast jumped out from it. Reckless. A loud cry came from the mouth of the bullfrog. Chu Yuan and the others were avoiding the entanglement of the red silk, and were immediately shaken out of their wits by the bullfrog's cry, and were bound tightly by the red silk in an instant. Chu Yuan cursed in his heart. WQNMLGB. Xiao Feng, you pig teammate, which side are you helping? It makes no difference whether the bullfrogs are released early or late, and the sunrise makes no difference. Are you a tease soldier invited by the Demon GU cult? Advertisement. A blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. It was Dugu Meng. He. Old Ghost Xiao's bullfrog GU beast. Unfortunately, if Old Ghost Xiao is here, I will have to run as far as I can, but a big toad is not in my eyes. She raised her bare hand, and a strange-looking beetle appeared. Its size instantly grew to 20 or 30 meters, and it immediately fought with the bullfrog, and it didn't lose the wind. This is the GU beast of Dugu Meng, Trilobite. Chu Yuan had heard of her before, but this was the first time he had seen her. As soon as Dugu Meng appeared, he immediately killed more than a dozen members of the Demon GU sect, captured Chu Yuan and 6 others, and repelled Xiao Feng's bullfrog GU beast, immediately controlling the situation. Chu Yuan immediately talks to Dugu Meng through the same heart GU. Sister, what are you doing? You killed people from the Demon GU sect and arrested us. Where are you from? Brother, sister is of course on your side. Then why did you catch me too? Don't worry, my sister is reluctant to hurt you. I want to make a deal between you and old man Kurong. Master Kurong, he's in Scorpio City. He's been following you all the time. I've sent him a message. He'll be here soon. Oh, so what deal are you going to make with him? As you said, my father's body is in the GU God Tower in Kurong's hands. I want to know where he got this tower from. Chu Yuan also thought about this problem. Kurong's GU God Tower originally belonged to the Dugu family. When the Dugu family was shattered, Duguao escaped into the tower and never came out again. Logically speaking, the GU God Tower is most likely to fall into the hands of the enemies of the Dugu family. But, now this pagoda is in the hands of Master Kurong, so how did Master Kurong get this pagoda? Could he have something to do with the demise of the Dugu family? This is really a scary thing to think about. Chu Yuan said to Dugumong. If Master Kurong is really your family's enemy, if you ask him directly, wouldn't you be scaring the snake? Advertisement. Dugu Meng said. I just want to startle the snake, and see Kurong's reaction. If he can clearly explain the origin of the GU God Tower and prove his innocence, I will use you guys to replace the GU God Tower from him. After all, my father's body is still inside, I must get that tower back. If he can't prove his innocence, then he is my family's enemy, and I will definitely kill him. If he is innocent, that is his bad luck. Dugu Meng was communicating with Chu Yuan, and suddenly said to the ground, Master Kurong, since you are here, please show up. The ground suddenly rolled, and the earth dragon GU beast got out of the soil, and Master Kurong was standing on the GU beast. Xiao Feng immediately shouted, Master Kurong, quickly help me kill this trilobite, and then we will join hands to kill Dugu Meng. What a waste, even a few students can't keep it. Master Kurong didn't even look at Xiao Feng, and said to Dugumong, Dugumong, you are the last blood of the Dugu family. I will not say anything if you are in the magic GU. But you don't even let a few students go, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Dugu family? Dugu Meng said coldly, Kurong, our Dugu family has suffered great grievances. You self-proclaimed righteous people turn a blind eye. I can't join the demon GU sect. Only in this way can I get revenge. Oh, take revenge on a few students. I don't care who the student is or not, since I joined the demon GU sect, I will follow the methods of the demon GU sect to do things. Master Kurong, I called you here to ask you a question. If you answer to my satisfaction, these students will return the money to you. If what you said is not honest, I will bring them back to the Black Demon Sea, and they will be members of the Demon GU cult from now on. Master Kurong asked coldly, what do you want to ask? With a wave of Dugu Meng's hand, countless red threads flew out, forming a semicircular barrier, enveloping her and Kurong inside. This enchantment cuts off the peeping of outsiders. Dugu Meng turned over her hand, and suddenly there was a tower in her hand. She turned the base of the small pagoda towards Kurong, and said, Master Kurong, this is the GU God Pagoda of the Dugu family, and there is a mark of Wushwang Ling engraved on the bottom of the tower. I heard that you also have a GU God Pagoda, you can show me it. Master Kurong hesitated for a moment, and took out his GU God Tower. Dugu Meng only glanced at it, and said excitedly, there is a scratch on the base of this tower, and the position is the same as the mark on my tower. It is very likely that it belongs to our family, but someone scraped it off on purpose. Mark, cover up the origin of this tower, can you tell me where this tower came from? Master Kurong hesitated a little. Dugu Meng suddenly said sharply, Kurong, someone broke the seal of the alien passageway in Wushwang City back then, and released a large number of monsters. Pang Ganline brought people to say that he was here to help, but they attacked my father. Wushwang City and the Dugu family were destroyed because of this. Later, my two big brothers spread the word about this matter, but they suddenly died for no apparent reason. This matter is known to all major forces, but no one upholds justice for Wushwang City and the Dugu family. Advertisement. Now, I don't expect anyone to uphold justice, I just want to take revenge on my own strength. Our family's GU God Tower is in your hands, I have to suspect that you are also a member of the Dugu family who murdered. Master Kurong said angrily. Nonsense, I, Kurong, have been bright and neat all my life, how could I do such a thing? Then tell me, where did you get this GU God Tower? Master Kurong regained his composure, and suddenly sighed. Dugu Meng, you may not know that your father and I are classmates and very good friends. After Wushwang City was destroyed, I heard the news and rushed over to investigate the truth, but found nothing. But when I was investigating, I was attacked by a group of mysterious GU masters. I was seriously injured, but I also killed them. This GU God Pagoda was found from them. I stayed in one place for a long time with my wounds, and after I came out, I heard that your two big brothers died, and you also joined the Demon GU cult, for which I was very sad. Dugu Meng, some time ago you were in Scorpio City, you were chased and killed by Scorpio City Lord, the president of Scorpio City GU Master Association, and me, and you hid in Mengdang Mountain, pretending I didn't find it. Dugu Meng was stunned. Ah, you found me then. HMPH, you are hiding in a cave under a saponin tree in the southeast corner of Mangdang Mountain. For the sake of Duguao, I deliberately pretended not to find it and let you go. The two of them communicated in the enchantment, and outsiders could not hear what they were talking about. But Chu Dahao Yuan maintains a spiritual connection with Dugu Meng through the concentric Gu, so Chu Yuan heard everything Dugu Meng and Ku Rong said. Chu Yuan's Jixin Gu can distinguish between true and false words, and Jixin Gu made a judgment immediately. He immediately sent a message to Dugu Meng through his heart. Sister, what Master Ku Rong said is true. Dugu Meng also asked through her heart, how are you sure? Chu Yuan explained. I have a spirit Gu that can tell the truth from the lie. Dugu Meng trusted Chu Yuan very much. She nodded slightly and said, Master Kurong, you and my father are good friends, please forgive Dugu Meng for being rude before. Everything I have done these years is to avenge the Dugu family. This Gu God Tower in your hand is very important to me, can you return it to me? I will exchange it with you for a bronze tower. Ku Rong said via voice transmission. Exchange is unnecessary, if you can avenge Duguao, I also made a wish, and this tower will be given to you. However, there is one thing to explain in advance, I don't care if you are doing it for revenge, if you do evil again in the future and meet my subordinates, I will not hold back your hand. Dugu Meng immediately said respectfully, Master Ku Rong, I swear to you that I will never do evil indiscriminately again. Once I avenge my father, I will immediately leave the Demon Gu sect, change my face, and start a new life. Advertisement. There are 12 main cities in the entire Blue Star. Cloud City is one of them. Below Yunshao City, there are 10 secondary cities, namely, Scorpio City, Xuanwu City, Yuhua City, Fenglio City, Huohe City, Yushan City, Junhai City, Baihei City, Tuyuan City, and White Deer City. Among them, when Scorpio City goes to Yunshao City, it usually passes through Xuanwu City. Between Scorpio City and Xuanwu City, there are high mountains, and there are countless beasts and people of the Demon Gu sect hidden. This section of the road is also the most dangerous. As long as you reach Xuanwu City, the road to Yunshao City will be much safer. After a difficult trek through mountains and rivers, Chu Yuan and others finally stood in front of Xuanwu City. 3 days ago, Dugu Meng pretended to have a fight with Master Kurong, leaving Chu Yuan and the 6 of them retreating. Master Kurong rescued Master Yuan from the army of magic locusts, and then led everyone to Xuanwu City. When he arrived outside Xuanwu City, Master Kurong said, Brother Yuan, there are people from Xuanwu City on the road behind, and the distance from Yunshao City is close, and the Demon Gu sect dare not catch up. There is no problem with your safety. Let's take my leave and go back to Scorpio City. Master Yuan nodded. Brother Kurong, welcoming the students this time is a task assigned to me by the academy. Fortunately, I have your help, otherwise I will definitely fail. Thank you very much. Ku Rong smiled. You're welcome, I'm doing it for my students too. The two chatted a few more words. Chu Yuan and other 6 people also came over to thank them. Master Ku Rong encouraged everyone and returned directly to Scorpio City without even entering the city. Master Yuan took Xiaofeng and Chu Yuan directly into Scorpio City. He arranged for the person to stay in a hotel, and then went to Xuanwu No. 1 middle school to find someone. Half a day later, Chu Yuan was practicing in his room when the phone in the hotel room suddenly rang. He answered the phone. It was Feng Qinline calling. Feng Qinline, what's the matter? Chu Yuan, stop practicing, come to my side, an old friend is here. Old friend. Advertisement. You'll know when you come. After Feng Qinline finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chu Yuan is a bit inexplicable. Old friend. Where did I get my old friend from? When he came to Feng Qinline's room, he immediately saw several acquaintances. Ouyang Xiaoxiao, Xiao Wei, Chen Jun, Li Runmo. They were all the people who went to Scorpio City to play against them. Well, it's an old friend. Chu Yuan greeted them with a smile. Hi everyone, we meet again. Ouyang Xiaoxiao and others responded quickly and enthusiastically. Only Chen Jun nodded with a cool look on his face. He was influenced by his natal Gu Hanyu snail, so he didn't open his mouth easily. His nature is so cold, but he didn't mean to neglect anyone. Ouyang Xiaoxiao still looked like an Lolita. She ran over very familiarly BGDB and grabbed Chu Yuan's arm. Chu Yuan, you are famous now. Last time I went to Scorpio City, I didn't know that you were a disciple of Grandmaster Guo. I knew it earlier. I had to chase you back then. Chu Yuan smiled, but did not speak. I'm not Lolicon, I like Yuji. Xiao Wei booed from the side. It's not too late to catch up now. Huang Yuding also made a joke. Hey, Ouyang Xiaoxiao, you are going too far. In front of his brother-in-law, you poach his brother-in-law. Be careful that Malone won't spare you. Ma Long was immediately annoyed. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan. Hey, Ma Long, don't do it, but they said. A group of young men and women had some fun, and the relationship became much closer. Feng Qinlin asked, should all of you go to Yunshao Academy? Li Runmo nodded. That's right, Yunshao Academy has given Xuanwu City a total of 7 places. Besides the 4 of us, there are 3 guys, namely Yang Tong, Hu Chunfa, and Zheng Ziyu. I will introduce the 3 of them to you later. Advertisement. Ouyang Xiaoxiao said again. The school has sent a message that we will leave for Yunshao City the day after tomorrow, and you will stay in Xuanwu City for a day. Tomorrow I will take you to visit Xuanwu City. Our Xuanwu City is a city that has been preserved since before the new era, and there are many places of interest. We will definitely not let you down. The next day, Ouyang Xiaoxiao and others came to the hotel early in the morning and took Chu Yuan and the others to play in Xuanwu City for a day. I have to say that Xuanwu City is indeed a good city. It has a long history and rich humanities, which is an eye-opener. Chu Yuan and others had a great time. Another day later, Chu Yuan and others continued on their way to Cloud City. This time the team was huge. There are students from Scorpio City, students from Xuanwu City, teachers sent by Yunshao Academy to welcome new students, and a large business group going to Yunshao City. There are thousands of people. And most of the back is a plain, with roads built, and this team travels by car. 6 students from Scorpio City and 7 students from Xuanwu City took a bus together. Chu Yuan inadvertently saw several large trucks behind the convoy, and the trucks were loaded with live beasts tied up, and all of them were second-level beasts, cleft hoof cattle. He asked curiously, what are the caravans doing with these cleft hoofs? Killing them and putting them in space snails can also keep them fresh. Wouldn't it be more convenient to transport them? Li Runmo smiled. Have you never heard of the origin of the name Xuanwu City? It has something to do with it. Chu Yuan thought for a while, then asked again, could it be that Xuanwu City is related to Xuanwudu? I read in the book that Xuanwudu is 100 miles away from Xuanwucheng. Li Runmo smiled and nodded. That's right, Xuanwu City wasn't called this name before the new era, but later because Xuanwudu was so famous, it was renamed Xuanwu City. There is a large caravan going with us. In order to save time, the masters decided to take Xuanwudu. Those cleft hoof cattle are tributes to Xuanwu. You are lucky, today you can admire the demeanor of the divine beast. Open black lens bracket Xuanwu close black lens bracket. Huang Yuding said pleasantly. That's great, I still regret that I haven't seen the mythical beast Xuanwu. Chu Yuan has read about the mythical beast Xuanwu that everyone calls. Advertisement. Things have to start talking about 1,000 years ago. At that time, a large number of space passages appeared, and the spiritual energy on the blue star was revived. Countless monsters from other worlds invaded, and the creatures on the blue star land also mutated. Some of the ferocious beasts mutated into more dangerous ones, and became ferocious beasts. If human beings hadn't embarked on the path of GU masters, they might have perished long ago. Those mutated ferocious beasts are certainly dangerous, but not all of them are enemies of humans. Once, a space passage appeared on the Kanglang River, and countless monsters from other worlds invaded. Humans organized an army to stop the monsters, but they couldn't beat these monsters at all. Seeing that the human army was about to be destroyed, a giant tortoise suddenly appeared from the river. The size of this giant tortoise was like a hill, and its head alone was tens of meters in size. Seeing the sudden appearance of giant tortoises and beasts, the human army suddenly fell into despair. However, what people didn't expect was that the giant tortoise did not attack humans, but rushed towards the alien monster. The giant tortoise showed its might and ate up the monster, and then slowly returned to the river. In order to express their gratitude, human beings send a large number of fresh cattle and sheep to the riverside every once in a while, and give them to giant turtles to eat. Every time this giant tortoise accepts cattle and sheep with a smile, it never hurts anyone. Humans also respectfully call the giant tortoise, mythical beast Xuanwu. The Kanglang River is incomparably wide, the waves are rough, and the water is so powerful that even GU masters dare not forcefully break through. To pass through this river, human beings can only walk hundreds of miles along the river and pass through places where the water is stable. Later, as humans gradually figured out the habits of the giant tortoise, they found that it loves to eat raw cleft hooves. As long as passing humans send a large number of cleft hoof cattle for food, the giant tortoise will suppress the turbulent waves and let humans pass. Slowly, a unique ferry was formed here, which is the origin of Xuanwu Ferry. Later, the city closest to Xuanwudu was also renamed Xuanwu City. Soon to see the legendary beast Xuanwu, even Chu Yuan, a traveler, felt a little excited and looking forward to it. Advertisement. A day later, when the convoy arrived at the bank of the Kanglang River, Chu Yuan and the others got out of the car and walked to the ferry. On the Kanglang River, the waves are choppy. At this moment, Zhongfeng wasn't too big, but it still set off huge waves of hundreds of meters. This is the mighty power of nature. Even for an intermediate GU master, it is very dangerous to forcibly enter the Kanglang River from here. Several senior GU masters walked to the riverside, among them was Master Yuan. A tall and mighty old man walked in front, even the master respected him very much. According to Li Runmo's introduction, this old man is Chen Jun's grandfather, who has a high status in Xuanwu City and is also a GU master with the title of master. Several people watched by the river for a while, whispering something from time to time. After a while, Chen Jun's grandfather blew a horn, and then everyone retreated. The bound cleft hoof was also carried to the riverside. These cleft hoofs seemed to know their fate, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Chu Genichi stared straight at the river, waiting for the appearance of the divine beast Xuanwu. A full half an hour passed, just when some people started to get anxious. Suddenly, an inexplicable breath suddenly appeared. This is the coercion naturally produced by powerful creatures. If it is hostile, this coercion will be 10,000 times stronger. Ouyang Xiaoxiao, who was beside Chu Yuan, said in a low voice, "Attention, the black tortoise is about to appear." Chu Yuan nodded, staring at the river, not even daring to blink, for fear of missing the scene of Xuanwu's appearance. Advertisement. Originally, I thought that when Xuanwu appeared, there would be huge waves, but I didn't expect that there was only a water column on the river surface, and the water splashed lightly, and a big head like a hill emerged from the water. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but it appeared by the river in a blink of an eye. It only reveals a small half of its body, and it is bigger than a giant ship. It has divine power, but it is born with a simple, honest, natural and harmless feeling, so that people can't feel its threat. But don't think it is easy to bully, don't forget, it eats meat. Grandpa Chen Jun walked up to Xuanwu, bowed respectfully, and said loudly, "Xuanwu beast, we brought your favorite cleft hoof, please enjoy it to your heart's content. In addition, we are going to the opposite side of the river, please you help suppress the waves and let us pass." Buzz. Xuanwu let out a low cry. Like thunder, low and distant. Chu Yuan suddenly remembered Xiao Feng's bullfrog Gu beast. The call of the bullfrog Gu beast was far less loud than Xuanwu's, but it almost burst people's eardrums. But Xuanwu's cry is louder and more distant, but it will not hurt people. Xuanwu seemed to nod his head, he opened his mouth, and with a huge suction force, he sucked all the dozens of cleft hoof cows on the bank into his stomach. It seemed satisfied with the gift, and let out another thunderous cry. Immediately afterwards, Xuanwu shrank back and dived into the river again, but he disappeared for a moment, leaving only ripples on the river surface that slowly dispersed. After a while, the pollution on the river stopped, and the river was as calm as a mirror. Chu Yuan was still staring at the river. "Niubao. This big tortoise is really too powerful. It is not an exaggeration to call it Xuanwu." Advertisement. Chen Jun's grandfather shouted, "Drag the boat and pass quickly, we don't have much time. The waves in the river are too big, and the ship cannot stop in the river at all. There is a huge ship in Xuanwu City that is parked on the shore all year round, and it will only be dragged into the water when it needs to pass." A group of high-level GU masters went up and released Spirit GU. These Spirit GU magnified their size, and together they exerted force and quickly dragged the giant wheel into the water. The cars drove onto the ship one by one, and Chu Yuan and others also boarded the ship and stood on the side of the ship to watch the river view. The giant ship started and slowly sailed to the other side. It wasn't until this time that a group of teenagers chattered and began to exchange the joy of seeing Xuanwu. After crossing the river, the convoy drove along the avenue towards Cloud City. Another week on the road, nothing happened along the way. Obviously, after approaching Yunshao City, even the Devil GU sect didn't dare to come out to make trouble. Chu Yuan only practiced in the car every day, and only occasionally came out to see the scenery along the way. On this day, the convoy stopped suddenly. A sound of exclamation came from outside. Chu Yuan didn't know what happened, so he opened the car door and got down to check the situation. But after only one glance, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. At the end of the line of sight, a high mountain came into view. Advertisement. This mountain is somewhat slender, but it pierces straight into the sky. There is a waterfall on the mountain, like a silver chain, hanging down from the sky. Flying down 3,000 feet, it is suspected that the Milky Way is falling down. This ancient poem seems to be written specifically for this waterfall, without any exaggeration. Countless birds drilled into the sky from time to time, and soon fell from the clouds, flying around the waterfall, decorating the mountain like a fairyland. Chu Yuan has an illusion that this is a real fairyland and should not exist in the world. The whole mountain seems to be alive, and she may turn into a flying fairy at any time and fly away. Fortunately, something is restraining her, so she continues to stay in the world. What binds this mountain is a majestic city built on the mountain. The city originated from the foot of the mountain and has been built to the mountainside. The houses are row upon row, each occupying the terrain, advancing layer by layer, and it doesn't look crowded. The architectural style of the house is a combination of ancient and modern, with originality, and each building is a work of art. Obviously, this city was also carefully designed by master architects. People who live in such a fairyland and in a city inside such a fairyland must be very happy. Just one look and you will fall in love with this city. Chu Yuan was still in shock when he heard Master Yuan's voice reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, the end of the journey has come, welcome to the City of Clouds. Advertisement. The convoy rested for a while, then moved on. Although Yunshao City is already in sight, but watching the mountains run dead horses, it will not be possible to enter the city within an hour or two. At this point of time, Chu Yuan didn't bother to cultivate any more, so he lay on the window of the car to enjoy the scenery along the way. 2 hours later, the convoy entered the city. The business group left on its own, and the students were sent to the guest house of Yunshao Academy. Master Yuan gathered the students and told everyone, "You can stay in the hostel of the college with the admission letter of the college. If you have a place to live at home, you don't have to stay here. Remember to report to the medical school before the 10th of next month." That's it. 907. In Yunshao City is perhaps the safest place for Blue Star. Master Yuan didn't have to worry about the safety of the students anymore, and after explaining the good things, he left with Xiao Feng. Chu Yuan and the others were about to enter the guest house when they suddenly heard Yu Yang yelling in surprise, "Big brother." Then, she quickly ran towards a young man. After a while, young man Wei and Xiao Yang came over together. He introduced himself politely. W plus WBW at. "Hello, fellow students, I am Yang Xiao's big brother, Yang Dada, thank you for taking care of Xiao along the way. I am also from Yunshao Academy, 2 years older than you. Is there any need for help in the academy in the future?" No matter where you say it. Chu Yuan is speechless, your family really knows how to name it. Advertisement. The big brother is called Yang Dada. The younger sister is called Yang Xiao. Then what's your father's name? It can't be Yang Lao. At this time, someone came over here again. A middle-aged man called from a long distance, Qinlin. Feng Qinlin went up to meet him, seventh uncle. This is someone from the Feng family who came to pick up Feng Qinlin. A young man in his 30s, a member of the Ma family, came to Solitaire. Huang Yuding, Chen Jun, Li Runmo, Xiao Wei and others all came to pick them up from their families. They are all big families, each with their own family business in Yunxiao City, so when they arrived in Yunxiao City, their families came to welcome them. Children from ordinary families like Chu Yuan have no one to greet them. Of course, Chu Yuan is also related in Yunxiao City, his master Guo Yunyang is well known even in Yunxiao City. But obviously, the master's mind is not delicate enough to welcome his apprentice. Ma Long hesitated, and said to Chu Yuan, "Chu Yuan, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me to Ma's firm?" Advertisement. The relationship between Ma Long and Chu Yuan is still very good, but he lost a bet and called his brother-in-law, and he is a face-saving person, so he feels embarrassed when he thinks about it, so he has been avoiding Chu Yuan. However, Ma Long's older sister, Ma Yun, is very optimistic about Chu Yuan, and has told her younger brother in private that she must have a good relationship with Chu Yuan. So Ma Long invited Chu Yuan to live with him in Ma's firm. When Ma Long opened his mouth, Feng Zilin, Ouyang Xiaoxiao and others also opened their mouths to invite. Especially Ouyang Da, he is also an alchemist. Hearing that Chu Yuan is Guo Yunyang's apprentice, his eyes lit up immediately, and he strongly invited Chu Yuan to Ouyang's house as a guest. Chu Yuan doesn't want to live with others, it's so uncomfortable. He would rather live in a guest house, or go to a hotel, anyway, he is not short of money. Moreover, he plans to find his master. Chu Yuan smiled and refused. "No, thank you for your kindness, my master left me the address, and asked me to meet him immediately when I arrive in Cloud City." When the others saw what he said, they stopped inviting, said goodbye to each other, and then left with their families. After Ma Long and the others left, Chu Yuan, the remaining student, was not very familiar with them. He greeted the people he knew and left the guest house alone. Walking on the streets of Cloud City, Chu Yuan discovered an interesting thing. After all the vehicles in Yunxiao City entered the city, they stopped in the parking lot and were not allowed to drive in the city. Everyone was on their way, either walking or riding spirit GU or spirit beasts. Advertisement. So, the whole street is filled with all kinds of mounts. Beetles, snakes, caterpillars, scorpions, centipedes, giant toads, fierce beasts, spirit beasts, flying beasts. There are many, many varieties, and the scene is particularly spectacular. This kind of situation suits Chu Yuan's appetite. This is the real world of GU masters. Some people drive cars, some people ride bugs, it's very embarrassing to watch. Chu Yuan released the stone-eyed lizard and rode on it, walking slowly while shopping. Yunxiao City is big and lively. Even if you visit it for half a month, you won't be able to finish it. After all, Chu Yuan is going to visit Master, so of course he has to bring a gift for Master. Therefore, when he encounters a store he is interested in, he will go in and take a look. Guo Yunyang lives in Yunxiao College, and Yunxiao College is located on the top of the mountain. It is really built in Yunxiao, so it is called Yunxiao College. There is only one road up the mountain, and Chu Yuan doesn't need to ask the way, just go up. It was noon when he entered the city, and he didn't walk halfway up the mountain until night. Although you can travel at night, it's not good to go to see the master in the middle of the night, and I don't know if Yunxiao Academy is allowed to enter at night. I happened to see a hotel by the side of the road, so Chu Yuan decided to stay here and planned to continue up the mountain tomorrow morning. Advertisement. Early the next morning, Chu Yuan continued up the mountain. He worked hard and finally reached the top of the mountain at noon. Outside the college is a bustling business district. Chu Yuan stopped in front of a shell-like building with a height of hundreds of meters. He couldn't tell whether it was a real shell or a man-made shell, because it was too big. Chu Yuan was observing, when a voice behind him said, "This is a giant scallop, a special kind of spirit voodoo. It can't help you in fighting, but it can be used as a house, and it can also be used as a boat in the water. This is the first time for my brother. See." Chu Yuan turned his head and saw a boy about his own age standing behind him, but this boy was a bit too, rich. To put it more simply, this person is a little fat man. Seeing Chu Yuan staring at him, the man rolled his eyes. "Why, haven't you seen someone with such a strange appearance like me?" Chu Yuan smiled slightly. "I have, but you are the most unique one." The little fat man suddenly laughed loudly. Okay, this brother speaks directly, I like it. Dare I ask if brother is a freshman at Yunshao Academy? Chu Yuan nodded heads. The little fat man said very familiarly. My name is Zheng Jun, and my nickname is Fatty Zheng. I'm one class above you, and I'm your senior. Welcome junior brother to Cloud City. I think brother, you have an extraordinary temperament, and you have the appearance of a dragon and a tiger. Will definitely be a great GU master in the future, reaching the top is just around the corner. Chu Yuan was speechless. Do I know you? He has always believed that those who have nothing to show gallantry must either rape or steal. And in this little fat man's small eyes, there is the light of a money fan, and it would definitely not be a good thing to take the initiative to find him. So, Chu Yuan turned around and left. Fatty Zheng quickly caught up with him and stopped him. Student, please hold on, I have some good things for you to see, all freshmen need them, and the price is fair, no one can deceive you. Chu Yuan was speechless. This guy walked around for a long time, it turned out he was selling things. Oh, what is it? Take it out and have a look first. The little fat man was overjoyed. Suddenly there was a palm-sized beetle in his hand, he patted it with his hand, and the beetle spit out books. The little fat man said, Brother, these are the books that freshmen in the academy must buy. Chu Yuan didn't read the book, but was attracted by the beetle instead. Fatty Zheng noticed Chu Yuan's gaze, and said proudly, My sky worm is not bad, it is a very rare space spirit GU. It has more space than the space snail. I, Fatty Zheng, set foot on the business road at the age of 5, and I have been in business since I was 12 years old. Years, and only met this one in the sky. Chu Yuan curled his lips, just blow it. Started business at the age of 5. Why don't you say that you started doing business in the womb? Advertisement. The little fat man made a fuss about the netherworld worm, and then continued to promote his book. Students, please take a look. This one is Ling GU Encyclopedia, a must-have for freshmen, a copy of 100 spirit stones for the college, and only for seniors. I charge you 80, feel the quality of the paper, look at the printing, tisk tisk, they are all brand new and authentic. Chu Yuan took it, turned it over slightly, and shook his head, no. Don't like it, it doesn't matter, I still have it here. He handed over another book. This book, GU Taoist, is a travelogue written by a senior GU master after he traveled around the world. It records many anecdotes about the world of GU masters, as long as you have 50 spirit stones. Chu Yuan still flipped through it and shook his head. The little fat man was not discouraged. This one is amazing. 36 magical techniques and 72 secret techniques for the advancement of GU beasts. This is an absolute book, and you can't buy it anywhere else except here. Yes, if you buy it, I will definitely be able to cultivate a powerful GU Zheng. Chu Yuan looked through it more seriously this time, but he still shook his head. The little fat man was in a hurry. Student, there must be a book that suits you. Chu Yuan smiled and said, Senior, I have read all these books of yours, and I can even remember the contents. The little fat man didn't believe it. How is it possible? Who would be free to watch these useless things? He almost slipped his mouth and shut up quickly. Chu Yuan immediately gave a general description of the contents of these books. He happened to read these few books some time ago. When he was in the GU God Tower, because he had 1,000 times faster time and had enough time, he read a lot of books related to GU masters. Because I just watched it not long ago, my memory is still fresh, and the general content can be recounted. The little fat man sneered, took out another album, and said with a smile, That's all, those books are common. But mine is different, it is my exclusive secret book. Many people are crying and begging me if I sold it to him, I would be reluctant to sell it. Advertisement. Chu Yuan curiously took a look, and it turned out to be Yunshao College Beauty Catalog, which included a list of beauties, not only high-definition photo illustrations, but also the origins of beauties, height measurements, personality hobbies, and cultivation bases. Listing one by one, it can be said that everything is detailed and thoughtful, and it seems that a lot of effort has been collected. Chu Yuan was speechless. This little fat man really did everything he could to make money. But he still said lightly, Don't buy it. The little fat man changed his face, and begged pitifully, Brother, just take care of my business. I have seniors and younger ones, and it's all worth eating for me alone. Besides, I got incurable terminal illness. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. No. The little fat man was furious, showing his vicious look. Boy. If you don't buy it, you'll be here to watch for a long time. You can go and inquire. In Yunshao College, if you offend me, the senior, you will be unable to move an inch. HMPH, I don't make it difficult for you. If you buy these books, I will protect you from now on, and no one in the academy will dare to bully you. If not, hehehehe. Why would Chu Yuan like him? Still shaking his head, he said calmly, don't buy it. The little fat man immediately changed his kind expression again. Okay, brother is really good, big brother, I acted to this extent, and still remain indifferent, you are the first one. I have made a promise to you as a friend. From now on in Yunshao College, if someone bullies you, please report my name as Zheng Jun, so that it works. In addition, if you want to buy something, as long as you tell me your name, I can get it for you, the price is fair, and there is nothing wrong with it. Chu Yuan smiled and said, exactly, I have a deal to make with you. Hearing that Chu Yuan wanted to make a deal with him, the little fat man immediately glowed. What deal? I have taken a fancy to your nether worm, you can make a price. Advertisement. Calming worm. Fatty Zheng's face changed. Brother, you are too much. I treat you as a brother, and you actually hit my spirit GU. Chu Yuan is speechless. Who is your brother? Who are you with? We don't know each other well. He sneered. Didn't you claim to be in business at the age of 5? For a qualified businessman, there is nothing that cannot be sold. Fatty Zheng suddenly burst out laughing. Okay, brother, this sentence is very suitable for me. I, Fatty Zheng, aspire to become the greatest businessman, so of course I cannot refuse the customer's transaction request. The greatest value of the nether worm is that it can open up a space. It is said that as long as the space worm is cultivated to the quality of orange GU, the space inside can form a world of its own, allowing living things to survive. In addition, this kind of spirit GU is very rare, so its price is destined not to be low. Bro, are you sure you want to buy it? Chu Yuan expected him to quote a high price, so he asked first, Boss Zheng, before quoting, why don't you introduce your product first? I still don't know the quality of this empty ghost worm. Fatty Zheng nodded. Of course. Listen carefully, my calming worm was excavated from an ancient ruin in the GU Master Tower. I worked on that ruins for several months, and the only thing I got was this empty Hades head. When I found it, it was a GU egg, which was kept in the magic circle, and after opening the GU, I realized that it was a purple jade quality nether worm. As Fatty Zheng said, he released the nether worm again, arousing its GU chi. I saw a gorgeous purple light, which was extraordinarily dazzling. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, he was determined to win this spirit GU. This sky worm, the purple GU master, is very rich, it is the highest quality in the purple jade spirit GU. In my hands, after 100 times of amplification, it has a great possibility to transform into an orange crystal spirit zone. Then, the value of this space worm is simply inestimable. Chu Yuan still had an indifferent expression, and said to Fatty Zheng, Boss Zheng, please make an offer. Advertisement. Fatty Zheng thought for a while, and said, how about this, my brother and I hit it off as soon as we hit it off, then you can buy half and give half away. And you can use 2 fighting type purple jade spirit GU to exchange for empty ghost worms with me. 2 fighting purple jade spirit GU. This asking price is definitely not low. Sky worms are indeed rare. And it is indeed as Fatty Zheng said, as long as the quality of orange crystals is cultivated, the space in its body can form a world of its own, with mountains, water and air inside, allowing animals and plants to survive in it. And the higher the level, the larger the area of the world it opens up, and the more perfect the world's laws are. Naturally, such a powerful spirit GU cannot be compared with the mere 2 purple jade spirit GU. But, how to cultivate Kong Mingzong into an orange crystal spirit? Human beings have entered the age of GU masters for 1,000 years, how many orange crystal spirit Gus have appeared? On the surface there is none at all. Even the demon king Wang Lin cultivated the orange crystal blood nematode GU, and Du Guao cultivated the orange crystal sky tarantula, only a very few people know about it. Fatty Zheng's space worm is of the highest quality purple jade, but it's at the end. It is almost impossible to cultivate it into orange crystal spirit GU. But if you can't cultivate the quality of orange crystals, the sky worm is just a storage spirit GU with a larger space. The function is the same as the space screw. Its value is higher than that of space snails, but not much higher. After all, no matter how big the space worm's space is, using 3, 5, or even 10 space snails will add up to be bigger than your space. After all, the acupoints on a GU master can be developed infinitely, and there is no upper limit to the spirit GU that can be stored. If you get a few more space snails, the space is definitely enough. Who would be willing to use the resources of the great emperor to cultivate Kongming? The most important thing is that the GU masters did not have a way to cultivate the purple jade spirit GU into an orange crystal spirit GU. Even if there were, no one would be willing to cultivate Kongming worms. The same resources would be used to cultivate battle spirits, wouldn't they? Advertisement. Therefore, the price quoted by Fatty Jung, the two-headed fighting type purple jade spirit GU, is simply a sky-high asking price. What Fatty Jung didn't expect was that Chu Yuan nodded directly. Chu Yuan directly took out 2 GU eggs, and said to Fatty Jung, "Deal. You separate the empty ghost worm, and we will complete the deal." Fatty Jung lost his composure instantly. Deal. The other party agreed. He knew that the price he wanted was too high, not to mention 2 purple jade spirit GU, even one head would cost too much. If the sky worms cannot be cultivated to the quality of orange crystals, the price will not be able to sell at all. Because there are more cost-effective space snails. However, the other party agreed without hesitation. This made Fatty Jung a little at a loss. The so-called, ask for the price, and pay back the money. The reason why he quoted the price of 2 purple jade spirit GU was because he was waiting for the other party to counter the price. But they didn't bargain at all, they just made a deal. Motor. If every customer was like this, I would have developed a long time ago. But Fatty Jung soon became entangled again. The boy in front of him can take out 2 purple jade spirit GU at will, so his background must be very unusual. Maybe it's a child of some big family, it's the first time to go out, with no social experience. I don't know how precious the 2 purple jade spirits are. What if his family members refuse to give up after the transaction? In the future, it will be rumored that he, Fatty Jung, deceived the children. Wouldn't that ruin his reputation? How can he do business in Yunshao City? Fatty Jung thought tangledly. If he had known earlier, he would not have reported his real name. Advertisement. Moreover, even if the family doesn't come to find the debt, when this kid realizes that he has suffered a loss in this transaction, he may not be able to do his business in the future. Fatty Jung thought about it for a while, and felt that he still couldn't lose a long-term big customer for a short-term benefit. He struggled and said, "Brother, I didn't want to sell this empty ghost worm, so the price quoted is a bit high. But I, Fatty Jung, am a person of integrity and never cheat customers, so how about you cut a price, or cut it in half, and get a purple jade spirit GU?" When Chu Genichi listened, he was immediately happy. It's been a long time. In his 2 lifetimes combined, it was the first time he saw a seller take the initiative to bargain for a buyer. Chu Yuan became playful, and shook his head resolutely. "Good Zhao, you also said that you want to be the greatest businessman, why don't you understand a truth? A deal is a deal. You can't go back on the price you negotiated. There are 2 purple jade spirit GU, even one less will do." Fatty Jung was so embarrassed that he died. As a businessman, he voluntarily rejected the huge profits, which already made him very uncomfortable. The point is that this customer didn't appreciate it, and in turn taught him a lot of business principles. "I've seen a tough one. I've never seen such an iron head. Who am I, Fatty Jung? I am the one who aspires to become the greatest businessman. What is the nature of a businessman? The essence of a businessman is to pursue the maximum profit. That being the case, with this huge profit in front of my eyes, why would I dare to take it?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, deal. I have a lot of things stored in my space worm. There is a tea house in front. Let's go have a cup of tea first. I will transfer the things into the space snail, and then separate them for you." Quote. Advertisement. In the tea house, Zheng Jun separated the Kongming worm and delivered it to Chu Yuan. And Chu Yuan also gave Zheng Jun 2 purple jade spirit GU. These 2 spiritual gus are wild spiritual gus captured by Chu Yuan in the GU God Tower. They are still practical. After 100 times increase, they can be upgraded to the quality of purple jade with drunken GU pills. They are also considered rare spiritual gus. For ordinary GU masters, even if it is used for natal GU, it is more than enough. However, Chu Yuan had too many top-grade spirit gus, and he didn't need this kind of spirit GU that was not too top-notch, so he separated it and kept it for good things. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered Yunxiao City, it would come in handy. GU egg trading requires on-site inspection. As soon as Chu Yuan hatched the nether worm as the master, the augmentation system appeared in time. Chu Yuan chose boost. As expected, after 100-fold increase, the netherworld worm has been upgraded to become the orange crystal spirit GU. GU species, empty ghost worm. Quality, orange crystal. Grade, first grade. Attribute, space. Skill, small world. Through the spiritual connection, Chu Yuan immediately sensed a small world in the space worm. This world seems to be newly born. Fang Yuan is only 1 kilometer in size, and there are some miniature hills, rivers and lakes in it. There is a bright sun in the sky, but this sun is obviously fake. The neither dazzling nor hot. This is because the laws of the new world are not yet complete, and everything is like a model. Advertisement. But it doesn't matter, this world will grow with the growth of the space worm, and after careful care by people, it will be able to change its vitality, and it is possible to become a real world in the future. At present, this world is not very useful, and plants cannot be grown, and animals cannot be raised. But with such a large space, even if it can only be used to store things, it is not a loss to exchange 2 purple jade spirit GU. At this time, Zheng Jun also hatched the 2 GU eggs delivered by Chu Yuan. He was obviously very satisfied with the result of the transaction, and poured Chu Yuan a cup of tea with a smile. "Brother, haven't you asked me how to call him?" Chu Yuan. "Oh, so it's Brother Chu." He suddenly came back and exclaimed, "What's your name?" Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't pay attention to him, he was taken aback, so he still wants to be the greatest businessman. Zheng Jun became excited. "Chu Yuan. You are that disciple of Master Guo. It's really you. I didn't recognize it just now." Zheng Jun waved. "Waiter, replace this tea with the best tea in your store." The waiter came over immediately and took away the teacup that had just been placed on the table. After a while, the tea with the fragrance of Japan and horses was delivered to the table. Zheng Jun picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Chu Yuan. He poured himself another glass. "Chu Yuan, I'll substitute tea for wine, and punish myself with a glass. I didn't recognize you just now, it's really rude." Smiling, he picked up the tea and sniffed it, took another sip, and drank it down. Well, it really is good tea. However, Chu Yuan often drinks Yangshan tea, and his appetite has long been lost, so he feels that it is far inferior to his own tea. Advertisement. He said, "Boss Zheng, I don't seem to be that famous." Zheng Jun slapped his thigh. "Brother, you underestimate your identity too much. Who is Master Guo? He is a world-renowned master of alchemy. The most admirable thing is his noble character. What is the drunken GU pill? It represents endless wealth and power." But Grandmaster Guo announced it without hesitation. "I think in this world, apart from Master Guo, there is no one with such courage and heart." Chu Yuan nodded. "Indeed, to disclose such a valuable pill, there is no one else in the world who can make it except my stupid master." Zheng Jun said again, "Chu Yuan, my brother is really blind, I didn't recognize you at first. Otherwise, I will give you the empty ghost worm directly, or, I will return the 2 purple jade spirit GU to you." Chu Yuan rolled his eyes at him. "A deal is a deal, don't bullshit me, you still want to be the greatest businessman like you. Are you ashamed?" Zheng Jun smirked. "Hey, I just want to curry favor with you." "BGBJ, what am I doing?" Zheng Jun shook the fat on his face, and said with a smile, "Brother Chu Yuan, you must be a great master of alchemy in the future, and it will be a matter of time before you become a grand master. However, the book says well that for a practitioner, wealth, spouse, law, and land are indispensable. Among them, wealth occupies the first place. Practitioners must never do without money. Alchemy, GU refining, GU raising, which one does not require money? So, brother, I want to make a long-term cooperation with you. Cooperation. Cooperation for what? To put it simply, I will be your agent, and in the future, all the pills you refine, brother, can be handed over to me for sale. Advertisement. This has two advantages. First, brother, you can practice alchemy with peace of mind, without distractions, and save the emperor's time. Second, I, Fatty Jung, have no other skills, but a genius in business. As long as you give me the pills to sell, you will definitely earn more money than selling them yourself, and it will save you worry and effort. Similarly, brother, I can also prepare the materials you need for alchemy and GU refining, saving you from going all over the place. The effort of searching. Brother, what do you think? Chu Yuan chuckled. It's not that good. I've known you for less than an hour, and I don't know much about your character. Why should I cooperate with you? Zheng Jun let out a hey, patted his chest and said, as for me, Fatty Jung, you can go to the academy to inquire about my personality. As long as I have worked with me before, who doesn't praise us for trustworthiness? Chu Yuan said indifferently, but when we first met, you took a bunch of broken books to cheat money, and you threatened me. Zheng Jun made a bitter face. Brother, that's not cheating money, those books are indeed bought after entering school, and I sold them a little cheaper than the college. As for threatening you, that's just a way of sales promotion. As a businessman, the transaction is the first priority under the condition of ensuring that you don't lose money. Chu Yuan smiled. Let's talk about the cooperation. If you are trustworthy, then I don't mind having another partner. If you are not trustworthy, it is useless to let you talk about it. Zheng Jun nodded again and again. That's right. That's right, brother Chu Yuan, we have a long time to come, and you will see how I, Fatty Jung, really behave. Come on, let's leave a contact information first, and get back to each other slowly. You have just arrived at the academy, there should be a lot of things you don't understand, maybe there is something missing. If you want to know anything, just ask me, I'm famous for asking questions. If you need anything, just say hello, and we will take care of it for you. When Chu Yuan communicated with Zheng Jun, judging from the information fed back by the confidant GU, Zheng Jun was worth making friends with. He just needs such a partner, and he plans to investigate again. If this person's character and ability are all right, he can cooperate with a limited amount first. Advertisement. After Chu Yuan and Zheng Jun parted ways, they went to Yunshao Academy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the gate, he was stopped by the guard. As the #1 university in Blue Star, not everyone can come in and out casually. Chu Yuan dialed the master's phone number. No answer. Chu Yuan had expected that the old man Guo was a research maniac, and he often went to the GU Tower or the alchemy room to study alchemy. His phone number could be answered only once 10 times. Fortunately, Guo Yunyang left another phone number. Chu Yuan dialed this number, and a few seconds later, a female voice came from the opposite side. Who is it? My name is Chu Yuan, and I am Guo Yunyang's apprentice. Chu Yuan. Oh, it's you, I've heard of you, what's the matter? Master asked me to come to Yunshao Academy to meet him when I arrived in Yunshao City. I was already outside the gate of Yunshao Academy, but the guards wouldn't let me in. Okay, wait for half an hour, I will come out to pick you up. After speaking, the opposite party immediately hung up the phone. Chu Yuan was very strange. Hearing the voice, there should be a young girl on the opposite side, and he didn't know who she was. Is it the master's family? Guo Yunyang had never mentioned his family's situation before, and Chu Yuan didn't know who was in his family. Chu Yuan waited at the gate. An hour later, the person who came to pick him up has not yet appeared. Chu Yuan was a little depressed. How about the agreed half an hour? After another half an hour, Chu Yuan's cell phone rang, and it turned out to be the number he dialed just now. Chu Yuan connected, and it was the girl's voice from just now. Junior brother Chu Yuan, I'm sorry, I'm lost, please wait a little longer, I'll find my way soon. Be lost. Advertisement. Chu Yuan asked very speechlessly. Well, can I ask where you are? How could you get lost? The other party suddenly lost his temper. Oh, don't ask, just wait a little longer, she is a girl, why do you wait a little longer? Okay, it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer, just don't get lost. The phone hangs up again. Hearing what the girl on the phone meant, she actually called me junior brother. Could it be that she is also Guo Yunyang's disciple? No, the master said that I was his only apprentice. How could there be an extra senior sister out of thin air? Forget it, let's ask after we meet. Chu Yuan found a place to sit down and watch the people coming and going at Yunshao Academy boredly. After another hour, the person who came to pick him up still didn't show up. Ding dong, ding dong. There was a crisp and pleasant bell sound. Chu Yuan saw a sika deer coming out of the academy, with a small bell hanging around its neck, and the sound of the bell came from here. He didn't care either. For more than an hour, he saw all kinds of creatures coming and going in and out of the academy, including spirit GU and spirit beasts. It's just that other animals are driven by people, but this sika deer walks alone. The sika deer suddenly stopped in front of Chu Yuan. It even spoke. Are you Chu Yuan? Chu Yuan nodded and looked at the sika deer. Can sika deer talk? Well, this sika deer doesn't look simple either. It is larger than ordinary sika deer, and there is a vertical dark line between its brows, which looks like an eye. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a legendary three-eyed spirit deer. The three-eyed spirit deer is a very rare spirit beast. It is said that it can predict danger, so it is very suitable as a mount. However, even the three-eyed deer has never heard of it being able to speak. The sika deer glared at Chu Genichi. What are you looking at? I'm here to pick you up, let's go. Chu Yuan nodded. Okay, thank you. He jumped and rode on the sika deer. Advertisement. Ah, the sika deer let out a cry and shook Chu Yuan off its back. It turned around and stared at Chu Yuan angrily. What are you doing? Chu Yuan said innocently. Didn't you come to pick me up? Then you can't ride either. She's a girl. Chu Yuan is dumbfounded. You are a deer, you are a girl. When he was waiting for people just now, he saw many people riding spirit beasts into the academy. He thought the deer was a mount. Give way. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Well, I can't reason with girls. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I thought you could ride. Remember, I am your senior sister. Don't be rude to me like this in the future. Chu Yuan nodded again and again. Yes, senior sister, I was wrong. The sika deer snorted arrogantly, turned around and left. Chu Yuan hurriedly followed. The guard of the college just took one look at the sika deer, and let Chu Yuan into the college without even asking. Senior sister, are you a three-eyed spirit deer? You are a deer, you are a deer. I am a man. Then this. HMPH, I don't know. I don't know if there is body GU. I lost my way just now. Fortunately, Little Bell found me, so I put my body on Little Bell to pick you up. It's so smart. Never get lost. Well, all right. Advertisement. So you get lost in the academy a lot? Chu Yuan asked again. Sister, are you also master's apprentice? Which master? Zero. Guo Yunyang. He's my uncle. I'm Chen Yuyan's disciple. Your master and my master are brothers. I started my apprenticeship earlier than you, so I'm your senior sister. Then, how long have you been in Yunshao Academy? I entered Yunshao Academy at the age of 5, and I'm here for 2. Chu Yuan was speechless again. Well, you grew up here, you can get lost. Then you can do it. Chu Yuan followed the sika deer for half an hour and finally came to a villa. The sika deer said, you go in, this is the uncle's villa. He went to the GU God Pagoda, he should be back soon, you should wait for him inside. Chu Yuan quickly said, thank you, sister. Thank you, just don't think about riding my deer in the future. Sorry, not next time. The sika deer turned around and left. Chu Yuan went straight into the villa. The door was unlocked. It seemed that the law and order of Yunshao College was good. It could be said that the house was never closed at night, and the road was not picked up. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Because the villa is empty, there is nothing, there is no need to lock it, and I am not afraid of losing things. It doesn't matter if it is empty, the key is that it is not hygienic. Although Chu Yuan is a boy, he is still a bit of a clean freak. This is the master's villa. I am studying at Yunshao Academy. I will definitely come here often in the future, and even live here. He can't stand such a dirty villa. What else to say? Clean up. Chu Yuan changed his clothes and began to clean up the entire villa. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.